days since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town. Still no news about Rarer, though. If only he was gone for good. But with all the trouble he stirred up before...
Hello! You must be the traveler in Paimon? Mr. Flynn has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry.
The wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh. Come on, let's go!
Rev the engines! Full throttle!
I can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This...
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable. As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting stronger? What's his...
Everyone's here already! Hey!
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rarir to strike again. But it's like he just vanished into thin air. No one has... That is, until this morning, when a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on patrol. As you can see, the Crystonite itself...
And we're sure that Rarir did this.
Who else? He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reikir of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to...
Traveler, do you remember when we encountered Rarir, there wasn't a shred of sanity left? Nothing but
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then he started raving about how nothing... Oh, Paimon gets chills just thinking about it. Oh, but the thought that he's still...
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has...
Yeah, if I were him and I wanted more Kuvaki, I'd just take it by force. No point unless something went wrong. His whole...
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind...
Beats me.
According to certain medical studies, insanity does not always entail a complete loss of rationality.
That actually sounds about right. He was ranting away to himself the whole...
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses. Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly nothing
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still...
So, if we do nothing, he'll just keep getting stronger. But last time we had Marionette and her big robo-buddy to help us. And we still barely held our grip. Oh, Paimon's head hurts just thinking about it.
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla.
A perfectly reasonable hypothesis. However, it is worth noting that these two locations are quite far apart.
I agree, we should split up. Right now, Rarir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki, not fighting us.
Wait, why Hisi Island?
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki-rich ore, was it not?
That's right. Yes, it could well be.
Splitting up's always gonna be risky, but I guess we don't...
And if we do run into Rarir?
That's when you follow the third rule of treasure hunt.
Didn't you say the third rule?
I don't know. Did I?
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rerir, do not pursue him.
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Anefa, let's go.
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No clues to where he might be hiding. It's like he's a ghost. It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off at any second. Ugh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on than be left hanging like this.
So, you guys didn't find anything either?
Not loving the word either. How about you, Flint's?
I questioned a few, almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that, or he's just extremely
He's been biding his time for a while now. The question is, where, or what, is his next target?
No idea. Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the fragment in my possession.
All we can do now is hope that Aino and Anefa turn up some leads. Darn it, Rerir. Wait, he's actually here? I didn't...
No. Silver Moon Hall! The Lady Kutar might be in danger!
Let's get over there, quick! Why is he attacking the damsel elect? What's going on?
No time for questions. Stop him!
This is insane.
Yehuda, get Kutar out of here!
On it.
Look where your feeble light has gotten you. Now you shall plunge into darkness. Thalindus, soon I will find a way.
Watch out!
it means, turning this place to ashes.
That was too close.
We barely made it out of there alive. What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards.
I have a question. When me and Anetha showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all?
We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started. It all
Kutar, can you shed any light on the situation?
Kutar. Cross-checking database. I see.
Wait, she's the moon goddess? Oh, no wonder.
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon, and just as many why they might despise it. I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking his deep-seated hostility. Why he holds me in such contempt, I cannot say. But since
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. This could be his way of taking revenge. It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you and seeks to take it But right now, devising a counter-strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this
A counter-strategy? But we don't stand a chance against an enemy. Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So, no, I can't say that. Come on, Yehoda. This is serious stuff. You can't.
running is our...
Huh?
You seem surprised. But what other choice do we have?
Well, I mean...
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your...
Wait, what? You're gonna.
Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's after. A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's howling at the moon. What is it? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. My presence here is no longer essential.
We can't just roll over and let him get away with this. That's not.
Yeah. We can't just call it quits after... Besides, she pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking. But suffice to say...
Rira's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But...
Kutar, I know why you left the Frost Moon Scions so long ago. They would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return, and then expect you to perform miracles for them. If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything. After much reflection, I've realized that this was never about whether the Frost Moon Scions need you. Any relationship based on need is purely transactional. What need is you were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows?
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of little use to you now. Very well then. I'll do as you say.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the Moon Goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off just now, and it was rejected by the world. My power is dwindling, like a lake cut.
What do you mean, rejected by the world?
The 3 moons belonged to the ancient bygone era in which they came into being. From the moment I was born, the world itself, the 3 moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the Frost Moon, I cannot wield the yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able. But this method of recovery is painful. painfully slow.
It's the Wild Hunt!
Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this
See how those wild hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party. Which means we're...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get...
Leave this place.
Look, the rainbow!
Preparing for dust up.
Oh, they just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
Rear's closing in on us. We need to pick up the pace.
There's too many of them! And this time, we can't fall back on Kutar's help to escape. This goes on much longer.
Why the frost in the bone?
The long, smooth back.
Defensive mode engaged. Annihilation mode.
Forest, protect us for the everlasting flame.
Close your eyes. Night falls. The night comes.
Preparing for dust up.
With one heart, we pray.
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
Hold up! How are you? Uncle Varka! You're back from Amsvartnir?
Whoa! You're Varka? Grand Master of the Knights of Favok?
We could save the intros for later. Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me. I know somewhere you'll be safe.
Oh, is that where I think?
That's the one. Come on, move!
Wow! Where are we? This is so well hidden.
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network, aka the black market of intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their head has an expeditionary force on foreign soil. Working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hand. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
We've heard all about you. You look way younger than Paimon expected. But you're definitely...
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Just not showing my age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Ugh. Rushed back from Amsfartnir without a wink of sleep, only to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac.
Another? You mean you've...
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise. My squad took heavy injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to stop him. I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative. So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt.
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past few days?
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power.
Note to self, Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry?
That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Guess so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this wild hunt activity in Nodcry is the work of the Raker of Solnar. That's a lot to take in. Need some time.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Varka. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt, and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. And, to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it. But now that a new variable has come into play, fate may well take a different course.
A new variable? You mean...
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature. That said, while I was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Mr. Flint's added...
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast. I don't know who or what could pull something...
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nodcry and Ratnik's Field Journal, and...
Oh. No.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we... Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this crime. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfartnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know. I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself? The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari, Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
So, what do we do now? Got any idea?
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by... First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our...
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the largest. The Frost Moon was the brightest. And they say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power. I now bear the Frost Moon's power, and the Eternal Moon's marrow resides within the Traveler.
hold on. Are you suggesting...
The iridescent moon.
That's right. If we can find the iridescent moon's marrow, I will be able to regain...
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hope.
According to my analysis, the solution is feasible. However, it is subject to.
I know a way, but we will need to visit the Fatui's experimental
Experimental Design Bureau?
Yes. I must speak with Sandrone.
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't...
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority. Somehow, we need to figure out Rarir's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his wild hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, people's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. The Wild Hunt has plagued Nodcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's
It's true. We still know very... If Kutar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Nodcry has a clue, and she has...
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous.
Ah, she heard me.
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal. But
Details. Miss Neffer, the important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rarir. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. We can't do this without the Curatorium. But I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place, Neffer? Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for...
you really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course I know where the meeting place is.
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your...
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get involved? What could
What if we told you we can't do this without you?
Oh? Then I'd say you'd better make it work.
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. But then again, if you insist on compensation, I will pay you.
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a Moonchanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to start passing the...
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe things got really dangerous during the fight with Rarir. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by now. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her.
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well. You hope. Flynn's. That fragment that Rarir was after. Do you still have it?
Of course.
Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads.
Wait, you actually have...
Shh. This is top secret.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you. So we'll leave the intel gap. And that brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move. I'm in for this part, no matter what. Anyone coming with?
Count me in too.
Come off it, you two. Quit playing heroes. I'm way ahead of you here. Ineffa did a scan of the Moon Goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the... Once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nogcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent.
I like it. Genius idea.
No biggie.
All right then, we'll split into 3 teams. Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the...
Lady Damselette. Wait, and you two? What are you doing at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck. Don't blame us for doing what...
You really think that's gonna scare us off?
We're not looking for any trouble. I just want to see Zandrone.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting us? Out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against, we'll let you leave in one piece. But don't even think about trying to get inside.
Let them in.
But...
Are you going to make me repeat that?
No, my lady.
Zandrone seems to be in a good mood. Must be maintenance day.
So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this time? Actually, before you answer that, just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Columbina. I don't owe you anything.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and satisfy my own curiosity. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking...
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What?
Huh? You mean the knave?
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nodcry?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the Rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... What is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve... Is that a no, then?
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little garden.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent, insensitive guests who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me when I upset you.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people. First Rosaline, now you. I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than the multi-centenarian goddess, who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
Well, duh. Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment. Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around, too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again. Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Favronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest move. Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so open.
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions, and I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different...
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do. The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from... I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths...
Guess that's her.
That might be your plan. But it sounds like someone else wants you to stay up.
Huh? What do you...
Listen.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed...
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area. I'll handle this.
Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself?
Huh. You'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you... Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire Experimental Design Bureau... Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving, make it quick, or you'll just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the 2nd floor. It'll take you right to the plains out back. Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party.
I know, but
this is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and... Come on then, Mr. Ray here. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations.
Where did she go?
Hey! Over here, you...
Curse it. Moon, go. Keep searching. She cannot have...
So this is your method for investigating Rarir's past. It almost looks like some kind of ceremony. You were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows?
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of little use to you now. Very well then. I'll do as you say.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the Moon Goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off just now, and it was rejected by the world. My power is dwindling, like a lake, cut.
What do you mean, rejected by the world?
The 3 moons belonged to the ancient bygone era, in which they came into being. From the moment I was born, the world itself, the 3 moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the Frost Moon, I cannot wield the yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able. But this method of recovery is painfully slow.
It's the Wild Hunt! Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this
See how those Wild Hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party. Which means we're...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get...
Leave this place.
Look! The rainbow!
Preparing for dust up.
Oh, they just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
Rarir's closing in on us. We need to pick up the pace.
There's too many of them! And this time, we can't fall back on Kutar's help to escape. This goes on much longer.
Why the frost moon evolved?
The long, smooth back.
Defensive mode engaged. Annihilation mode.
Forest, protect us for the everlasting flame.
Close your eyes. Night falls. The night comes.
Preparing for dust up.
With one heart, we pray.
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
How are you? Uncle Varka! You're back from Amsfartnir?
Whoa! You're Varka? Grand Master of the Knights of Favok?
We could save the intros for later. Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me. I know somewhere you'll be safe.
Oh, is that where I think?
That's the one. Come on, move!
Wow! Where are we? This is so well hidden.
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network, aka the Black Market of Intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their head has an expeditionary force on foreign soil. Working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hand. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
We've heard all about you. You look way younger than Paimon expected. But you're definitely...
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Just not showing my age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Rushed back from Amsfartnir without a wink of sleep, only to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac.
Another? You mean you...
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise. My squad took heavy injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to stop him. I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative. So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt.
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past few days?
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power.
Note to self, Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry?
That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Guess so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this wild hunt activity in Nodcry is the work of the Raker of Solnar. That's a lot to take in. Need some time.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Varka. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt, and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. And, to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it. But now that a new variable has come into play, fate may well take a different course.
A new variable? You mean...
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature. That said, while I was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Mr. Flint's added...
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast. I don't know who or what could pull something like...
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nodcry and Ratnik's Field Journal, and...
Oh. No.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we... Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfarnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know. I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself? The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari. Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
So, what do we do now? Got any idea?
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by... First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our...
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the largest. The Frost Moon was the brightest. And they say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power. I now bear the Frost Moon's power, and the Eternal Moon's marrow resides within the Traveler.
Hold on. Are you suggesting...
The iridescent moon.
That's right. If we can find the iridescent moon's marrow, I will be able to regain...
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold...
According to my analysis, the solution is feasible. However, it is subject to...
I know a way, but... We will need to visit the Fatui's experimental
The Experimental Design Bureau?
Yes. I must speak with Sandrone.
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't...
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority. Somehow, we need to figure out Rerir's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his Wild Hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after people's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. The Wild Hunt has plagued Nodcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's
It's true. We still know very... If Kuthar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Nodcry has a clue, and she has...
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous.
Ah, she heard me.
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal. But...
Details, details. Miss Neffer, the important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rerir. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. We can't do this without the Curatorium. But I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the
Wait a sec! How did you even hear about this place, Neffer? Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for...
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course I know where the meeting place is.
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your...
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get involved? What could
What if we told you we can't do this without you?
Oh? Then I'd say, you'd better make it work.
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. But then again, if you insist on compensation, I will pay you.
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a moon chanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to start passing the...
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe things got really dangerous during the fight with Rerir. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by now. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her.
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well. You hope. Flynn's. That fragment that Rerir was after. Do you still have it?
Of course.
Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads.
Wait, you actually have...
Shh. This is top secret.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you. So we'll leave the intel gap. And that brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move. I'm in for this part, no matter what. Anyone coming with?
Count me in too.
Come off it, you two. Quit playing heroes. I'm way ahead of you here. Nefa did a scan of the Moon Goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the... Once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nogcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent.
I like it. Genius idea.
No biggie.
All right then. We'll split into 3 teams. Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the...
Lady Damselette. Wait, and you two? What are you doing at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck. Don't blame us for doing what...
You really think that's gonna scare us off?
We're not looking for any trouble. I just want to see Zandrone.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting us? Out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against, we'll let you leave in one piece. But don't even think about trying to get inside.
Let them in.
But...
Are you going to make me repeat that?
No, my lady.
Zandrone seems to be in a good mood. Must be maintenance day.
So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this time? actually, before you answer that. Just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Columbina. I don't owe you anything.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and satisfy my own curiosity. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What?
Huh? You mean the knave?
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nodcry?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the Rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... What is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve... Is that a no, then?
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little garden.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent, insensitive guests who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me when I upset you.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people. First Rosaline, now you. I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than a multi-centenarian goddess who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
Well, duh. Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment. Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around, too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again. Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Favronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest move. Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so open.
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions, and I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different...
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do. The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from... I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths...
Guess that's her.
That might be your plan. But it sounds like someone else wants you to stay up.
Huh? What do you...
Listen.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed—
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area! I'll handle this.
Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself?
Huh. You'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you— Go on, get out of here! You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire Experimental Design Bureau— Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving, make it quick, or you'll just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the second floor. It'll take you right to the plains out back. Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party.
I know. But they—
This is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and Come on then, Mr. Ray here. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations.
Yeah, get him!
I've upgraded Polonia again since our last encounter, and uploaded every last scrap of your data. So let's finish this once and for...
She's not here. Where did she go?
Hey! Over here, you...
Curse it. Moon, go. Keep searching. She cannot have...
So this is your method for investigating Rarir's past. It almost looks like some kind of ceremony.
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're used.
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured... Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from.
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it looks...
Whenever we wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling... I've never faced Rarir myself. But from what you've told me, his power is beyond anything. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed, yet here I am, forced to make an enemy of him.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets.
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying on, and also how to make sure I come out of this alive if death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be.
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's bad luck.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rarir, is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a rainy day.
Fine.
That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day.
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg again. In what way is she shady? She showed up when I was completely lost and sold me an... Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Hey.
What is it? What's the big rush? You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora. I'm charging double my usual attendance fee. See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped at us.
Dori Sangama Bay? I never would have pictured...
If you want to make it big in Nodcry, it's all about connections. Lady Nefer just so happens to have a lot of intel that interests me. And it was back when I first arrived in Nodcry. My trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse react, and wouldn't you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life-or-death situation. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to extend a 20% discount, plus any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great Lord Sangama... So, let me guess. you've run into some trouble. I've got every...
You guessed correctly. What have you got in the way of survival?
The one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? A jetpack fresh from the Academia's labs? At the very least, I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here. If even...
What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation to...
Is that so? Then we really are talking top-shelf treasure.
Your supply?
A powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but luckily for you, I hear she's planning to visit Notcry in the near future. If you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here. Can't say exactly how long that'll be.
Then, let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that? Roll over and serve yourself up on a silver platter?
Course not! I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which... Hold on. What exactly are you getting at? No.
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, all right? Just for insurance purposes. Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance to repay one. A win-win situation.
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 mora. Deal?
Deal.
What a way to start the day. Now, was there anything else you wanted? Or can I go back to bed now?
That will be all. Take care now.
See you later! You're my favorite shopkeeper.
Excellent. Everything is well and truly ready. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. You will see many... So remember, don't be frightened. Now then, let us peer into the Raker of Solnari's past. I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Must be Conrian. Simple furnishings, table and chairs. It's a more ordinary... Looks like the fearsome Raker of Solnari came from... Unless this passed for luxury in Conria. Unlikely. Anyway, I'll keep exploring.
Hi, Rivier. Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new kebab shop. I've heard good things about their menu. I'll test it out, and if it's as good as everyone's saying, let's go back together sometime. P.S. New stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups and a pin rack.
They didn't sign their name, but they must have been close.
I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Felindis was tight. Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asks that many personal questions is too nosy for their own good. But if he invites me again, chances are I'd still...
Felindis. That's the same name Rerir meant.
Crane imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mush. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't it start out as a lab-grown variety? I heard it's even mildly corrosive. I don't care if it's an impressive feat of alchemy. That just isn't the kind of thing I...
Grain has to be imported, and they're eating a diet of mostly meat and mushrooms. Could it be because Conria is underground? That would explain why they use so much stone in their buildings. They even use alchemically modified strains for food. Seems like the people of Conria don't have many options.
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe.
Making a big purchase. I wonder... He really is a professional. No wonder he's so good at covering his track. Despite what he's become, it seems like he's retained certain habits, at least in this regard. Did Rary rip it out himself?
Before I met you, I was convinced that my heart... The burial place of a fallen moon. A withered, windless grove where the waters rested for... It was you who helped me see that my...
This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. What, the burial place of a fallen moon?
Rear, over here.
Dane! Oh, and, Vedaflin here? What a surprise.
Hello there, Rerir. You need not address me so formally outside of court. He doesn't get that much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. Even the court prop.
Well...
So, what are we discussing today?
Hey, don't look at me. As far as I s-
Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say you were about to pop the big question?
Who'd have thought the great Twilight...
I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and...
Yeah. If you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed...
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then? I'm guessing you still haven't...
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place. To be honest...
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual... a member of the King's Guard.
Quite... Of course he does. Anyway, enough about me.
Me? Same old, same old. Nothing much to... What's up, Ved? It's nothing.
Vedaflin, Dainslift's elder brother. Renowned throughout the court of Conria as the Visionary. And yet, despite the gulf between us, he seems to have something to say about me. Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother, or... Why did he react so strongly? Was it really to do with...
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So this is what... Perfectly normal. No different from... As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more...
Felindis? You're back early?
Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. Aw, why the long face? Is something the matter?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others after work.
Isn't that
Vedaflin showed up today, too. You know, Dainslift's older brother.
Ah, Mr. Vedafilnir. Yes, I've heard of him. They say that everything he says ends up coming true.
He overheard Dainsleif mention that I'd recently proposed, and seemed to have an issue with it. But when I asked what it was, he...
So, you're worried? You could be such a child sometimes, Revier. We're nobodies. Why would the Visionary be concerned about... I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger fish to fry.
Maybe you're right.
You worry too much, Revier. We've been together for ages now, and everything's been going so well, has it not?
So, you do remember. Tell me then.
Like I said, I need some time to decide. You can't just rush into things like this. We may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things, but if...
All right. Take your time. Nobodies. Sounds about right. Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make, it affects every... The opposition tried to speak out, but nothing came of it. And I'm under no illusion. A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword. What becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Thelindis? It's nothing. You were right. There's no reason we can't keep living happily together. Cherish.
See? You just need to stay positive, Riv. I can feel your warmth, your breath. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't explain.
You're right.
That's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which...
You go ahead. I just have a few things to take care of, then I'll come join you.
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started. But don't be late. If you keep me waiting too long, I won't be a
Relax. I'll be there. Seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal?
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at a...
All right. White outfit it is.
It seems like Rerir was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services. By giving the impression that he was just an ordinary member, he clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancé to know about his other life. Then again, that's hardly surprising. Who'd have thought we were in the same line of work? Let's dig a little...
Our last operation was a resounding success, and all thanks to you, Rahere of Solnari. In total, we apprehended 32 dregs of the Crimson Moon.
After all these years since the dynasty's fall, so many of them.
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that His Majesty, the Khaenri'ah, has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth.
That's not entirely true. Much about the Crimson Moon era was worthy of... Many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens, that's precisely...
You still haven't told her what you really do for a living.
Where would I even start? How do you tell someone that you're one of the King's hand-picked executioners? That your hands are... steeped in...
You didn't choose this life, any more than I did.
But I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous in the way we... Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans. Most likely my marriage in particular.
Your concerns are not unfounded. They've taken out many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason. These are no helpless Take care, Rahere of Solnari. I look forward to...
Thanks, Thorkel. You look... Thelindis, I never wanted to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. The moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past. Yet even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon. Could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because of some court secret he's not at liberty to share? I have to get a clear answer from him. No matter what happens, I will protect the Lindis.
Rerir seems to be very concerned by Vedalfnir's reaction. Vedalfnir and Dainsleif, the Visionary and Twilight. I've investigated this whole area now. Should I try somewhere else? Wait a second.
So, he's late after all. Just you wait, Rerir.
Are you waiting for someone, ma'am? Could I tempt you?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. But I'm afraid none of them are...
For someone so young?
I'm only telling the truth. Look me in the eyes. You'll see I'm not lying. May we have a word in private?
Who are you?
It doesn't matter who I am. Too many of our kind have fallen lately, so I decided to take the risk of reaching out. Not long ago, the Ray here of Solnari led an assault on one of our strongholds. We suffered many casualties, and...
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this.
Wait, hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face, and his name is Rerir, and he claims to be one of the King's guards.
What?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner. But surely, you must have caught a whiff of the blood on his...
Why are you telling...
Simple.
How strange. Rerir was nowhere to be seen in that memory. Rerir couldn't possibly know what happened if he wasn't even there. Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer. I think it's time to...
So that was your doing? Did you just pull us inside?
Any more questions, and I'll have to start charging.
I had no idea you could do that, boss! Seriously.
I gotta admit, though, I'm itching to see what happens next. Feels like...
I'm just as curious as you are, but the ceremony only allows for limited time inside. Luckily, we managed to learn quite a...
So far, so good. I just hope, especially the group with the Traveler. Their mission is...
If you're worried about them, go see how they're doing.
If I know boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent. I'll stay behind to lend a hand, but feel...
Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2 days. Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but them constantly sweeping the area? Oh, that's never gonna work. One little slip up and it's game over. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rerir. Oh, guess you're right. All right. Quick, hide! We almost got spotted! Keep going. We're nearly there. This is the final hurdle. Oh, there's no end to these things.
Fire.
Fire? Wait, what's that smell? Oh no, there's a fire!
Sandrone was right. You look weak, Columbina. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it that you did something for the Tsaritsa, and that freedom comes at a heavy price.
It's Arlecchino!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the House of the Hearth.
It's been a while, Arlecchino.
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Ugh, whatever. I've got all... he sure doesn't pull his punches.
Excuse me, do you...
You can do me a favor by staying out of my way. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait a minute.
Hello, Miss Sandrone. Father sent us over to help.
Huh. How considerate of her. Hey, Fremine, get over here and help me fix this. Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machines. Nearly every machine that Catgirl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on cleaning duty or something.
Then let's start downstairs. You've got it.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have to make it yourselves.
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Huh? Feels like there's quite a few people missing.
I returned ahead of them. Flint is helping Aino and Anefa to set up the decoys and buy us some time.
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top secret intel we've been—
I see. Then let's get right into it. But first, who do we have here? You brought someone else in to help?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime Tea Party companion of Columbina's. You may call me Arlecchino.
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes. Oh, where have I seen them before?
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty uncommon name, or you—
You're well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry, and yet the people and affairs of Snezhnaya—
Oh, the feeling's mutual.
A Fatui Harbinger.
The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Guess we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers. Even—
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the Moon Goddess no longer belongs to the Fatui, what makes you—
Nor does Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varka. Yet still, you're fighting for it all the same. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes, stopping things from spiraling out of control is a— Of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
Forgive me. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the Fatui really have been the source of many of our troubles. We have our own way of doing things here in Nodcry. But ever since they arrived, the Fatui have treated us—
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. But sometimes fundamental conflicts of interest That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. This has nothing to do with the Fatui. As a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore more of her power. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin.
she says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details. But she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of—
Well, since Miss Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that, we'll proceed to the next topic. Yehoda, time to share that top secret—
All right, listen up, everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent whose primary—
The dregs of the Crimson Moon.
In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Conria.
To my knowledge, those were the names of two different Conrian dynasties. Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon, drawing a But one day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it. And
still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster King, still coveted the secrets it left behind. In those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any other person. What's the matter?
Verfnir, Freindaughter, Flinders.
Interesting. Anything else? What about this would-be fiancé of his?
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum, but—
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerir's fragment also contains some of the—
Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. The Lindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of.
Why do you need to know that? Hold on. If she was a pure-blood Conrian... Oh yeah! Just like how it was with the...
If we could somehow find her, do you think there's any chance...
It's possible. But it would take a miracle. That merchant who never knows. Dori Sangama...
Alright then. Let's keep working on our Traveler, Paimon, Kutar, and Miss Arlecchino. We'll go look for the iridescent moon's marrow. As for the others...
On the way over here, I noticed that the Wild Hunt monsters had grown even... At this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too. So I'm thinking of gathering together some of our followers.
I'll head back to the curatorium and meet up with the boss.
Feels good knowing we've all got something to be... Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. If that is the case, I'll hold the fort for now. Then discuss our next move with Flints, Aino, and Anefa when they get back.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be on our way.
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can.
Relax. Just do your thing. I decided to call in some... Stay safe, everyone.
We're back. Did we get it?
A tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon goddess has found... Everything going smoothly on your end?
Not great. I don't know how long we can stall them for. The decoys are getting taken. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired. Oh, right. Inefa, could you fill in Uncle Varka on what we just discussed with...
Sure, Uncle Varka. You previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the Wild Hunt in Amsvartnir, you discovered... But according to Flintz's intel, several outbreaks of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Nod... That was before Rerir had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to...
Flints, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back against... I know, I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, you should stay here and get some rest. And Effa and I will head back over to Amsvartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you Uncle Varka would say that, didn't I?
Database updated. Reliability of Aino's predictions increased.
What does that mean?
They were betting on how you'd
It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly...
We already decided that Anefa should go investigate the situation over at Amsvartnir on her own. Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides,
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment. Well...
Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all this way, would you mind telling us what you... We still haven't got the slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent moon's mare...
Simple. Because I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon. And one of the last surviving embers.
Huh? Are you serious? Isn't... You're a descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty?
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized the signs had been there all along. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. It coursed like blood through my veins. What's more, Whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on... Exactly. That is why my hands are like this, too. At first, I saw it only as a curse. But once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth. Together with my own investigations over the past few years. For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the Abyss. You all understand the nature of the Abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it hungers for my soul.
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart...
Yes. And that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far. Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the Iridescent Moon?
Paimon has a question! So, the Crimson Moon that the Karians used to worship was actually the Iridescent Moon, right? Which was one of the three Moon Sisters. Does that mean that the Karians were to the Crimson Moon as the Frost Moon sign?
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly what they were like. But I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moon's remains later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the Abyss. Or maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Either. Still, even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the Crimson Moon's glow never truly faded.
The first time we met, I sensed something familiar in your presence. When I looked at you, I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye, in your flames.
Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery, and I'd prefer not to end up as the... Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other questions, though, I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letters, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's marrow yourself...
That's right. For now, it's the only... The iridescent moon is already part of who you are. So with its marrow in your possession, you'll be even more powerful than before.
Deal. Then let's get started.
Get what started?
When I first became a harbinger, the Jester gave me a book called Harry, also known as Leobranto. You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era. But in the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received children from...
Beyond the bounds of this world? For real?
The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpassed the gods. But fearing they might lose control, they made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Until they finally... The adults embraced the children who passed the ritual, telling them, "Within the fireplace, you have traversed the flames between two worlds." The book leaves much unsaid. But I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled, leaving an indelible mark upon them, so that they would forever live in the Crimson Moon's light.
That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space.
But there's no fireplace here! Do you see a chimney anywhere? Oh.
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. Those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In the days of Conria, people believed they could... In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. That's the easy part. The catch is I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open. So I won't be able to come with you. Once you're inside... Very well. Then I'll open it.
Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. I may need it. Thank you. I feel like I've recovered some of my strength now. It should be enough to move us across short...
Mistress of the 7 hues of ages past, Great Mother of the present, crimson-clad sovereign of the 2 realms. By fire severed, by fire renewed. I offer myself now and beseech your descent. One word of advice. As you're crossing over, no matter what voices you hear, do not answer.
Got it! I sense a sinister gloom inside. But I feel that I am about to meet an old friend who has changed beyond all recognition.
Be silent. Close your eyes. Night falls.
Hey! Look up at the sky! A red moon! This must be the spot, right? Is that the abyss?
What a tragic sight.
Careful! There's something... Haimon's right behind you! Whatever you do, don't run off without her! By the way, Columbina, didn't you tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty whole to Paimon. How is that possible?
Shower me with praise! Off to the breather!
Just like I thought. It was only a facade.
Observe. You'll sorely regret that. See you at the graveyard.
Let the world collide! A burst of flavor! A dash of frosting!
Close your eyes. To dust.
seeing anything up there. It's coming from under the mountain.
Let's see. Ah! There's some kind of weird shadow over the water. Wait, see that? Looks like a mech. Looks like a device from the time of Kanria. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's domain, and they left this behind. Oh, if we can activate it, we might find some clues.
To the freezer!
Hey, look at that! Now that the... Do you think these mechanisms might be the key to unlocking the secret?
Thelindis, we'll leave the rest of the research in your hands.
I hope this isn't ruining date night.
Ugh. Mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table.
Thelindis? Is that Rere's girlfriend? How come we're hearing her voice here? Oh yeah!
The Abyss has made this space extremely unstable. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here.
Whenever I see this view, it takes me back to a poem from my child, Waning Moon. Oh, lifeless. For me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the Crimson Moon space.
May I present a dash of frosting?
Close your eyes.
Oh, looks like the Abyss has messed up this mechanism. We need to find a way to get it working again. Let's see if there are any other devices nearby.
Chew on this! Ding dong water bomb!
Observe. Close your eyes.
A little amusement!
Shower me with bread! Just look!
see. So the moon marrow, or rather the power of the 3 moons, is the key to unlocking. If it really does exist.
Take cover behind the rocks!
With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to access the chamber with the moon marrow. Oh, Rerir, with every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But you're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Conria, the Vinster, if only I could get my hands on that.
Hey look! The moon's reflection is back to normal! Elindis' voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow. Do you think maybe it's hidden in the moon's reflection?
It must be. For within it, I sense the fragile aura of a...
Then there's no time to lose! These things are so creepy! Looks like we'll have to destroy them if we want to get to the iridescent moon's marrow! That must be the iridescent moon's marrow! Oh, we'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it!
A dash of frosting!
Yoo-hoo!
Go claw!
The iridescent moon's marrow, still burning away like an undying flame, yet now contaminated by the abyss. If we can purify the abyssal power within, we... And so... Is it you? Huh? At long last, I can see you once more. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Even knowing what was to come, I still couldn't let go of the fear, and the moment the moon shattered, my body began to split apart piece by piece. Like I was being cut into... Tell me, what was it that brought you to us all that time ago? You look so puzzled, but trust me when I say that everything happens for a reason.
What was that all about? It sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost friend. But none of it...
Perhaps she took me for the goddess of the frost moon she once knew. For a fading soul like hers, our auras must be too similar to tell.
But anyway, we've got the iridescent moon's marrow now. That should help you regain... Alright, time to leave. That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in.
Waning moon,
huh?
oh lifeless damsel.
Oh. Hurry! The place is collapsing!
It wants to trap us here.
Who's it? The abyss?
Now we've taken the moon marrow. All that's left here is a dark will. It will show us no mercy. Give it back! The crimson moons! My marrow! My heart!
Finally! Huh? Oh no! The exit's blocked! They're back! Now what do we do?
This is where you fall. Witness my rise. What are you waiting for?
We made it! Was that you, Arlecchino? Did you save us? Wait, your hands! They're...
Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to pay. The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by bringing you out. No wonder it's a little angry. No. I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss. Purification would simply destroy whatever's left of them.
Oh, we're so sorry, Arlecchino.
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is I was simply holding up my end of the deal.
Yes, You did your part. And as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care.
I'll take that as a blessing. Now, Columbina, give me your hand. Feeling stronger?
Hey, Columbina!
I'm fine.
By the Frost Moon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons was always going to be a stretch. Still, I think it's fair to say that your strength has returned. At least to the level it was at as Third Harbinger.
It's still not enough. There's no way I can hope to challenge Rayrear like this. Just one more ray of moonlight, if you would. It's okay. I can take...
How about now?
At the very least, I won't have to stay hidden like before. I want to see him gone from Notcry. The Rayhear of Solnari and his wild hunt must be sent back where they...
Well, it's good to have something to aim for. You certainly seem more alive now than you did. When I first met you, you didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight. More like a wisp of fog drifting in from who knows. But now, you're full of vitality. Just like the Frost Moon, once the brightest of them all.
Thank you. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, but whatever you're after, don't let the Abyss take a hold of you. I do not wish to see you go down.
I appreciate the concern, Columbina. Although perhaps it's time you...
I knew Nick...
Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina... They're nothing more than code names. They describe who she is, and we often use code names in the House of the Hearth, too. But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. All I'll say is this. Once you've defeated Rayrear... All right, that's it from me. I'll get you back safely first, then go meet...
You're the best!
I appreciate the gesture. It speaks to your good character. Anyway.
Do you think the others are making good progress? Hope it's all going smoothly. Oh, hey look! They made it back as well! Prince!
All is well, thank you. Nefer and Yehoda had to stay at the curatorium to wrap things up.
I ran into Miss Anefa and Miss Aino on the way back. Their work is still in progress.
You seem rather cheerful today, Mr. Flynn.
I certainly am. I achieved what I set out to do and came away with more than I bargained. Fighting alone can get quite tedious, but I had the good fortune to run into a pair.
We meet again. How have you been?
Albedo! What are you doing here?
That would be a natural assumption to make. It's also the correct one.
These two courageously lent me a hand while I was fighting the Wild Hunt. When they told me they were Servarka's colleagues, it all made sense. And given how people of outstanding talent tend to cross paths, it's no wonder you're already acquainted.
So, who's your travel buddy, Albedo?
Why don't you come and introduce yourself?
A gentleman of few words, I see. And a...
It's nice to meet you. Again. We've,
Wait a sec! You're Minnie Durin!
That's right. It's me. I'm glad to see you again.
By the way, he says it's okay if you drop the mini.
Yeah, I'm not as mini as I used to be.
Interesting, isn't it? The first step towards blending into human society.
Wow! You look so different! In a good way, of course.
Thank you, Paimon. And although you're as mini as ever, I understand that diminutives don't always convey endearment. I'll be sure to simply call you Paimon as a sign of my great respect.
Wow! You're such a smooth talker now! Paimon could get used to this. From now on, you may refer to her as your esteemed guide, Paimon.
Personally, I think our little Paimon is the perfect size. When people call her Little Paimon, it's just because she's so adorable that they can't help themselves.
You're absolutely right, Miss Lauma. My brother still has a long road ahead of him when it comes to understanding human relationships.
Anyway, speaking of long journeys, didn't Kuthar... Sorry.
She's been catching up with old friends. Wouldn't be surprised if she stopped for a cup of tea.
Uh-oh. People are talking about me. Hope it's nothing negative.
Judging from your expressions, I'm guessing it all went well.
It's getting crowded here. I'll go grab some chairs.
No need. This is a job for an alchemist.
Thank you for your hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, but I was merely escort. I'll be meeting Sandrone shortly, as we still have some things to discuss. It's been a pleasure.
We really appreciate your help.
Oh, come on. Spare the formalities. I'm just
I understand. Well, bye for now, Harlequino.
Oh, this place is hopping. It's probably a good thing one of us left. Otherwise...
Are you saying we're about to run out of chairs?
As a matter of fact, I am. I overheard your little chit-chat outside, by the way. With Miss Columbina's colleague gone, we should be back to the original crew plus the other colleagues. Though, it looks like we have another new face. Someone else managed to rope in a colleague, too?
Frankly, you and Paimon are the only people I know here.
This here is Deansliff, colleague of Tibet's greatest guide, Paimon, and greatest adventurer, the Traveler. Well,
when someone else jumps in to do the announcing, you know you're speaking.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Note to self. Once Paimon knows your name, the rest of the world will soon follow.
When he comes looking for us, it's usually something important. Paimon...
From the looks of it, you're about to hold a meeting. If I were to say that the Wild Hunt is our mutual...
As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. Dainsliff, there's a seat with your name on it. Though, I can't promise the same for everyone else. Hey.
After all this time apart, Grandmaster Varka's first order is to...
Is he being sarcastic?
Hey, He's your brother. Why are you asking us?
I've still got a lot to learn about the nuances of human conversation. Trying to decipher Albedo's way of speaking has been like
Oh, good point. Paimon gets you now. Don't sweat it. There are people who go their whole lives without getting the hang of it. You're ahead of...
I wonder what's taking Nefer so long.
Perhaps you should go and check in with her. If anyone can hurry her along, it's you.
I just got back from the curatorium. Besides, aren't you curious to...
Miss Nefer doesn't strike me as the type to share secrets. And since gathering intel is her specialty, I'm under such circumstances. Would it not...
Oh, but it's fine for me to impose.
What can I say? You have an unrivaled ability to garner people's affection, Miss Moonchanter. Besides, you...
All right, then.
Impressive. She barely fought back at all.
As I'm sure Miss Lauma will realize soon enough, the trick in life is to always pitch in with other people's responsibilities.
Another trick is to simply hide in the background.
Spoken like a true sage.
Anyway, looks like we've got some time to kill before the meeting. Let's take... Feel free to chat amongst yourselves.
You're both awfully quiet. Why don't I... Have either of you ever had your portrait painted? If not...
That sounds like a lovely idea.
I dabble occasionally.
He's an excellent painter. Tables, chairs, people, dragons, you name it. He'll paint it.
I'm flattered.
If I ever get the chance, I'd like to give it a try myself.
I'll bear that in mind. Anyway, how about you, Durin?
Oh, I'd be fine with anything. Whatever style feels best to you.
Very well. Then...
You can replicate any style I want?
I can try. If you show me a sample, I'll do my best to...
Thank you. In that case, I'll...
Is there something you'd like to say to me?
Yeah! For starters, why'd you just show up here without even...
If you think back to our previous interaction...
You do have a point there. Oh yeah! You'll need to find somewhere to stay the night too, right? Want to tag along with us?
Sure. Let's do...
Great! And in return, we can get Dainslift to be our very own personal...
If that's what you had in mind, you should have said so sooner.
Oh, okay then. Anyway, since we're all here together, we might as well watch each other's backs. That's just what friends do, right?
Indeed. Thank you.
Truth be told, I can't remember the last time I was in a meeting with so many people.
You're not alone there, my friend. The Lightkeepers also struggle to bring everyone together first.
I don't doubt that. I've only ever met two Ratniki, one being you, and the other being that young guy, Eatlua.
Eatlua is a good apple. I'll give him that. He's kind, honest, and regularly delivers supplies to my lighthouse. A true Ratnik to the core. In that sense, he puts me to shame.
So you're what? A fake Ratnik? That's what it sounds like you're saying. Come on, why the...
Sorry. I'm not even gonna bother trying to hide... Now...
Let's just keep this between ourselves. Probably best if Eloa doesn't know.
That goes without saying. Gotta be careful what you share with youngsters.
Anyone else in the know? Let me guess. The Traveler and Paimon?
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own good, you know.
Then, in the name of the Animo Archon Barbados himself, I swear, your secret's safe with me.
When we went for drinks, you said that you and Barbados were practically best buds. In the light of that claim, do you really expect me—
Of course. Just as long as you don't go spreading around the fact that I'm close with Barbados, all right?
Fair enough, then. Nothing like a bit of mutual leverage to seal—
Ah, Miss Nefer. You made it after all. But what about Yehoda?
I'm here to give you an update on how things are going on our end. Once this is over, I'll be heading straight back to continue my work. I left Yehoda back at the cure.
Huh. So much for just this once.
Shh! Not so loud! We're on a roll here!
Did you say...
Huh? I didn't say anything. Right, Flints?
Must have been a frog. They get so noisy around here at nighttime. It's like they're...
Anyway, before we begin, there's a few introductions to make. Let me start by saying that it's an honor to be speaking before so many distinguished First up, we have Miss Lauma. As Moon Chanter, she's the leader of the Frost Moon Scions, a local religious community in Nodcry. Then there's Miss Nefer, boss of the Curatorium of Secrets. And Nefer is leading the investigation into Rerer's background, assisted by Yehoda and Lauma. From over here, we have Mr. Flints, a ratnik and guardian of the abandoned lighthouse. In our last operation, he courageously For those of you who've never met, this is Mr. Albedo, a renowned alchemist and captain of the Knights of Favonius investigation team. By his side is a new face for us all, myself included, Mr. Durin, who has come to lend his aid. Next up, we have the Moon Maiden and former Fatui Harbinger, Miss Columbina. Then we have the Traveler, who's earned more titles than I could possibly hope to list out, so I'll spare you the rundown. And Paimon, the ultimate travel companion and quite...
Wow! That's a lot of people!
Miss Nefer, it looks like you might have another job coming your way, so, congratulations on the booming business.
You think I haven't got enough on my hands as it is? Who?
That would be me, Miss Nefer. I have a commission for you.
And you?
Who I am doesn't matter right now. What does matter is that I'd like you to gather more intelligence about the Recher of Solnari.
Well, it's not as if we never take on anonymous commissions. But in your case, I'll have to decline. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say your job's probably more hassle than it's worth.
It's my eyes, isn't it?
Conrian, I assume. And what's with the mask? Are you trying to hide your identity? In any case, the fact that you're even still alive raises an awful lot of questions for me.
My name is Dainsleif. And yes, I am from Conria. As I'm sure you're aware, the Recher of Solnari's real name is...
Really? Then you must have been quite an influential...
You flatter me, but none of that matters anymore. My point was simply to...
So you're both from Conria, and it sounds like you used to be friends? What am I missing here? Surely you already know how he became one of the Five Sinners.
I'll tell you everything I know. The history of Conria, the names and identities of the Five Sinners. I have never spoken openly of this before. But the truth was exactly as people say. The Five Sinners, the Visionary, Vedifenir, who wished to foretell the future. The Wise, Haroptatir, who sought limitless knowledge. Gold, Rhindaughter, who desired to create life. The Foul, Surtologi, who pursued supreme strength. And last, but not least, Recher of Solnari, Rerir, Ravager of the Moon. Of the five, Rerir is the only one who remains a mystery to me. He never harbored grand ambitions. So what changed in the space of a
In other words, you're saying that his change came as a shock to you, and you have no idea what actually happened?
That's right.
You mentioned how the Abyss tempted them, which led to their fall. But what did that look like in practice? And what other context can you give me about the events of that?
Strangely, now that it comes to it, I hardly know where to... The fateful night took place during the era of the Eclipse Dynasty. One day, my elder brother, the Visionary, Vedifenir, was summoned to the palace by the Vinster King, only for the king to gouge out his eyes and cast him into the... When I came to hear of this, My fury knew no bounds. I gathered together centuries on. The memories of that night still haunt me, like a never-ending nightmare. But then, I was betrayed. Even Vedafenir, the very person I had come to rescue, abandoned me.
So, it's personal after all. Then tell me, Mr. Dainsleif, what price are you willing to pay?
I cannot say what price would be worthy of such a commission. But know this. Rerir was not always a madman. Uncovering the truth of Rerir's past is the only way to unravel this mystery. But before you decide if you will accept my commission, I will tell you more about him.
Sounds pretty good to me. Feels like we just flagged down a random passerby, only to discover he's actually a master strategist who has a score to settle with our enemy.
Can I borrow your halo? It could be useful in the lighthouse.
Hey, enough with the wisecracks! Besides...
Relax. It was meant to be a compliment. If that was a little over the top for your liking, I'll make sure to tone it down next time.
I'll give your proposal some serious thought, Mr. Dainsleif. Let's speak in...
Before that, there's a few things I'd like to share.
Now that we've united the hearts of the three moons, your power should be greatly enhanced. But it seems...
I believe it will take a little long. You've done so much for me, so I want to be completely honest with you all. Even though, from the moment I was born, my power has been slowly ebbing away. And that is because Tevat has never accepted me. Even with the moons united as one, it seems my rejection... So far, I have yet to find a solution. It may turn out to be a problem. Even so, I will do everything in my power to help you drive out the Rayhir of Solnari. As Arlecchino put it,
Kutar.
Defeating the Rayhir of Solnari will be no easy task. While my strength slowly recovers...
Naturally. We should take all the help we can get if we hope...
We've considered several viable plans now. But our choice hinges on the answers to a few... Is it even possible to kill Rerir? What experiences shaped the person or monster he became? Given Albedo's expertise in alchemy, I think we should leave him to try and answer the first of...
Understood.
As for the other two, I'm afraid we'll have to count on you again, Miss Nefer. Believe me when I say, it's not my wish to burden you.
So you're placing all your hopes on me?
We can't thank you enough for agreeing to help us. Honestly,
You sure have a talent for changing your tune, Miss Moonchanter. Timid like Yehoda one moment.
Ladies, please. I must object to your portrayal of me. That's all. Feel free to keep bickering.
I almost don't want to leave this room.
I have faith in you, Miss Nefer. Something tells me you...
Oh? And what makes you so sure of that? What if I suddenly decide that my compensation is in...
This isn't about the money. I can sense that you've got a deep-seated distaste.
Look at them getting along so well. Like two people.
And I'm the one they accuse of insincere flattery.
Miss Lauma, you have to understand something. Unlike you...
Is that right? Well, maybe the fact that I'm willing to put my hopes in other people says more about me than you. But the fact is, I also trust you. And that's because I know that you're someone we can count on.
Anyway, we've got our plan, so let's get moving. Mr. Dainsleif, let's talk. And Traveler, once we're finished, if you've nothing else planned, I'd like...
This whole experience is teaching me a lot. For instance, I now know that when other issues come up in the future, I'll have far more luck getting...
Hate to say it, friend, but that's one of the funniest things.
Why? You think I've got it wrong?
Quite the opposite. But what makes it so hilarious is how long it's...
Thank you for waiting.
That's okay. We actually used the time to help Dainsliff get a room at the hotel.
That's very considerate of you. Now, I trust you share my curiosity about Rerir's past, and you seem fairly familiar with Mr. Dainsliff already. We spoke at some length after the meeting. He was the one who suggested I should invite you to join this operation.
Dane has a lot of faith in us, that's for sure.
Likewise. I appreciate that you got right on board without interrogating me about why I invited you.
That's because we know what you're capable of. We appreciate you too, Nefer. You might have been forced to help in the
That's one way to put it. Another is this, that once a decision's been made, it's set in stone. Alright, so here's how it is. I'm going to access Rerir's thoughts again using my confidential method. Now, I'm sure you've seen things like this before on your travels, so the reason I've gathered you all here is to ensure my safety during the proceedings. I plan for us to enter the fragment of his consciousness together. Think of this as a diving expedition into someone's brain. If I'm the diver, you are my safety equipment. Once the ceremony begins, we will all be spying on privileged information. But in the interests of safety, you must remain absolutely... Lastly, any individuals of a weaker constitution are...
Well, good luck, everyone. Sounds like all Paimon can do is cross her fingers and root for you guys.
There's a little more to it than that. I was being serious when I said you have a job to do. While the rest of us are inside Rerir's mind, it's imperative that we have a team member on the outside. In the event that something goes wrong, you will be our first responder. I
second that. This is a dangerous operation here, and you're our whole rescue team.
So, Paimon's like the lifeguard?
Good. Please, take a seat. We'll get started momentarily.
So, did Mr. Dainsliff tell you anything?
He told me that he believes Rerir kept some big secrets in his life. He's not sure that they were the cause of his eventual downfall, but he's asked me to uncover what those secrets were.
But surely you're not planning to go through with this, no matter the cost.
If you think that, you'd be overestimating me. But I do have my own professional reasons for taking this job. You think I'd turn down the opportunity to get a first-hand glimpse into Conrian history?
Well, as long as you don't let morbid curiosity get in the way of safety concerns.
You're such a killjoy.
All right.
All set over here, too.
Promise, Paimon, you'll be extra careful.
All right. Let your whole body relax. We're about to begin. Close your eyes. Phew, could this be his office? Pretty standard setup. Bookshelves, paperwork. According to Dainsliff, Rerir used to be an intelligence operative. Chances are there's plenty of time. Is this where you keep your secrets, Rerir? Can't say I'm... He looks even gloomier than last time. I wonder...
Today's files are in. Time to wade through it. Male, 51. Occupation, cook. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Neutralized. This one should be archived under purged targets. Female, 23. Occupation, office clerk. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has maintained frequent contact with other descendants over the past year. Poses a threat to the dynasty. Neutralized. Another one for purged targets. Sounds like she was that other man's daughter. Never mind. Male, 40. Neutralized on... Just another nobody for the archive. Come to think of it, I remember surveilling this man. A case like his never would have been considered a priority in the past. Huh. Female, 16. Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has been neutralized on... Filed. I have no recollection of this girl. None whatsoever. She does... Female, 13. Occupation, none. Neutralized and... Filed. Male, 11. Occupation, none. Orphan and neutralized and... Male, 6. Occupation...
It's funny, isn't it? Your job is becoming both harder and easier at the same time, depending on how you look at it. Sooner or later, the Crimson Moon descendants will be completely wiped out. But as their numbers dwindle, they become harder and harder to track down.
That's not how it is.
Fortunately, however, most of the able-bodied adults have already been taken care of. The remaining weaklings will be increasingly easy to deal with.
No! No. My job is to ensure the survival of the Eclipse Dynasty. And the only way to do that is by eliminating any and all potential threats. It's a perfectly legitimate line of work. Every single one of my colleagues can attest to my fairness. And if my friends were aware of the facts, I know they'd back me up too. Assuming, of course, that they were aware of all the facts. Mr. Vedifalnir? It's been quite some time since we last met.
Rerir, I trust you're here because you have something important to discuss.
Forgive me. I wasn't tuning out, it's just, tell me. Does someone in your position ever feel the need to...
It is indeed within my power to foresee certain things.
I was just thinking. It won't be long before I'll be inviting both you and Dane to my wedding.
That isn't a lie, but nor is it a fact as such. It's a wish.
No fooling a prophet.
Ever since that day we met for drinks, I knew it was only a matter.
Does it feel good?
I'm afraid the notions of good and bad fail to capture the complexity of what such a power entails. Once you've seen what will... You fear my silence. And
that's right.
You must have noticed my reluctance to broach the subject. And the reason, the burden of prophecy.
So who exactly do you deem worthy to hear your prophecies?
Or rather...
You're closer...
You say that as though it is to my...
You are so... wise.
You make a fair point. Very... Let me offer you some advice. And I say this not as a prophet or a visionary, but simply as the brother of your friend. For many reasons, there is very little chance of your marriage ending in happiness. If
Hold up. There's that same black fog again. Could this memory belong to Thelindis?
Wait. Hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face. And his name is Rayrir. And he claims to be one of the king's guards.
What?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner.
Why are you telling me?
Simple. I want you to kill him.
No, absolutely not. I would never dream of—
So you'll just stand by and watch him slaughter us to the last? Do not forget that the blood of the Crimson Moon flows in your veins too.
The blood of the Crimson Moon? What does that matter now? The dynasty has long been dead and gone. You think that alone is reason enough for me to throw away everything I have?
Why wouldn't it be? You two were once a child of the Crimson Moon, just like me. Don't tell me you've never felt so much as a flicker of fury for the way—
As long as you promise to abandon this pipe dream of restoring your dynasty, I can try—
Persuade the Vinster King? Do you even know why he's so obsessed with hunting us down? Why he keeps trying to force us to hand the Vinster King? A blind fool. His eyes clouded by powers from beyond this world. A petty little man with a— If you can't bring yourself to do it, so be it. Just you watch. It won't be long before calamity descends upon us all.
The Rayrir of Solnari. That really is quite a secret you've been keeping from me, Rayrir. But who am I to talk? Am I really any better? Love should be built on honesty. But ours was born— Is it really so wrong to hide things that would only make life harder? If we don't cover up the parts that no one— Vedifulnir must have known all this. And that's why he made his prophecy. But I won't just sit by and watch this disaster unfold. I'll do everything in my power to protect what I cannot afford to lose, no matter who I have to face.
Huh? Was that Rayrir who just walked past the window? Doesn't it give you the chills that he still takes the same road to work every day? As if nothing ever happened.
Those people at the deli.
Enough already. They're clearly pretty taken by their own disguises, so just smile and play along. Pull the rug from under beasts like that, and you'll risk having your throat torn out.
Deli? Oh. They're talking about those people from the opposition.
But surely you can see he's not the man he pretends to be! So many have died already. We're not going to survive this, are we? But why does it have to— Thelindis! Are you even listening?
Sorry, Freether. I heard you, though. You're talking about what— He's just following the King's orders. He's a secret agent, and it's his job to hunt down—
By the time you first met him, he'd already taken lives. Maybe he was using you from the very beginning.
No. Rayrir has no idea I have anything to do with the Crimson Moon. My family are only distant relatives. Truth be told, apart from my teacher, pretty much no one knows I have any connection to any of it.
But as Orlog said, who could possibly talk sense into that raving lunatic of a—
I'll work something out. Trust me, I'm with you all. But for now, you need to keep yourselves hidden. Don't forget that Rerir is an Eclipse operative. You need to be extra careful when he— For now, don't come looking for me. And if anything happens to me—
If even you can't escape this, what hope do the rest of us have? But after all this time together, surely he wouldn't lay a hand on you.
I won't speak in his defense. Nor can I give you a clear answer to that question. Here, hold on to this. If an opportunity to—
You call that change?
I've got a job, and there's still money coming in. But you can't go anywhere right now.
It all adds up. Can't hide the truth.
Another day, another round of assassination training. Training ground is just beyond this hidden passageway. Why would it? Aren't we all just walking blood bags?
But not everyone is accustomed to hunting down.
Make sure you have a firm grip on the handle. Then choose your angle well. Keep your movements light and brisk. Prey won't sense a thing.
I'll bet no one's ever died a quiet death in your hands.
I work clean. No traces.
That doesn't make it open about the The thing that happens to me right now. It doesn't.
That won't happen.
He's changed. Ever since he fell into the spell of that hour. Beginning, he only had you take out a handful of the guilty. But now...
The ones I dealt with have always been guilty. And I've carried out my work flawlessly.
No more lies. Can't hide the truth.
You know why Horrendous such a proposal. Was it because you didn't trust me? Or something else?
Enough!
Delindis, do you still remember Orlog?
Orlog.
The boy who was pretending to sell flowers. You spoke for quite a while.
Yes, what about him?
He was arrested 2 days ago.
He...
I just don't get it! After everything he's done, or does it mean nothing to you that people keep—
No, that's not...
Just— I need to go now, Delindis. They're looking for us. If you ever need a place to hide, come find us.
Author, Delindis. Over the course of this week, the research object was subjected to interference for a total. All subjects of observation that were sent inside have now... The situation within is proving more no progress whatsoever. What now? Things are getting worse by the day. I have to find a way or we'll all be... But... If all this research comes to nothing, what then? Sooner or later it'll... But... Could he really bring... No.
Surely he wouldn't.
Why won't you just let us go? We don't even know each other. All we want is to live ordinary, peaceful lives.
If you want to live,
yes. I just want to go on living. Is that really such an unforgivable crime?
you want to go on living. I want to keep living too. To keep living forever. That's why I have no choice but to continue on the path I'm on. If only some savior would suddenly swoop down and change the way the world is. Too bad that's not going to happen. Imagine that. If there really were such a person, you and I wouldn't be standing here like this, would we? Today's files are in. Time to wade through them just like usual. No, I don't get tired of it. It's my job. And not only am I lucky to have it, I'm good at it too. Thalindis? No. No. Why? But you bear no mark of the Crimson. How could you possibly have anything to do with them? A diluted bloodline. Carefully concealed. What a fool I've been. Numbing myself with talk of justice. Erminsul. Finster King. Today it's the descendants of the Crimson Moon. Who will it be tomorrow? Will you not rest? No. This cannot go on. This...
You're really letting me...
I am. As long as you can guarantee that no one...
Don't worry, I'll be extra careful. No one will... But... If you let me go, you won't be able to complete...
Good point. And that...
No, please! I just... want to see the out...
Go on living?
Yes. I know you're a man of your word.
If I let you leave, what will become of me? But remember, don't let anyone know you were caught.
Even shadows in the dark must live by a code. But you can't save everyone.
You've been whispering in my ear for days now, Vedifilnir. What are you trying to do?
I only say this because you long for an answer to your problems. Let her go, Rerir, or you risk losing everything.
I will not.
Then you'll need a little more vigilance and a lot more power. The world is changing, Rerir. Keep your eyes peeled for your moment of opportunity.
That voice used to be so unclear. But now I know exactly whose it is. It's Vedifilnir. He won't tell me how to actually resolve any of this, but he keeps... Tell me then! What will this moment of And... no answer. He's like a...
So, the Eclipse Dynasty was purging. Well, the King's obsession with abyssal power left the future of Khaenri'ah hang, and it looks like this... It almost defies belief that a couple like them. And why does Vedderfanir, Daneslif's older brother, keep talking in Rerir's head? The human mind is like a vast desert of shifting sands. When you follow the flow of someone's memories, you only ever time for something a bit. We've been inside Rerir's mind this whole time, building up a picture. There's already enough clues on the board to start reading between the lines and mapping out. Now, we can finally begin to put the pieces together. Sure, it'll only be a reconstruction, part simulation, part reasoning. But it's usually, once we've built up a cognitive profile, we just need to cross-check the logic behind his actions. And then we'll be able to take a sneak peek at whatever it is that Rerir.
Rerir, are you there? Hey, Rerir! Come out!
Dane? What's wrong?
Quick, come with me. I'll explain everything once we've met up with the other.
Okay. I'll come. But the Lindis is still...
All right then, but make it quick.
I've never seen Dane so worked up before. Whatever this is...
Well, this is a nice change, meeting you all at this hour. When men and women of ambition can speak face to face in broad daylight, I say that...
Don't be ridiculous. We do not fear the day. Why would we seek refuge in the night?
You might ask your blade that same question. I'm told it prefers the The word on the street is that Sir Delogi only strikes when he has an unfair advantage.
If this is your way of offering me replacement limbs, believe me, I'll take...
Oh, we can certainly discuss that. With...
Lunatic. Roptatir, what brings you here?
Why, Daneslif, of course. Please, cast aside your apprehensions, Miss Rhindaughter. Whatever the rumors may say,
Well, the Universitas Magistrorum won't stop fawning over you. So at least some of the rumors must be. You're president of the Universitas Magistrorum. The chief royal mage, Vice President Veit, doesn't even try to hide his envy when he sees you.
my success is the product of hard work and good luck. It's as simple as that. Were the king not such an extremist, of course, no job is without its gripes. Serving a king like ours can be a challenging task. And as for Efterveit, in missing out on the presidency, he's...
You're all here. I apologize for...
You must be Rarir.
Mr. Sertologi. Yes, I handled your case file during your sentencing. Nothing personal, of course.
You're clearly a person of substance if you've been invited here. But Dainsleif, you'd better have a very good reason for convening this little gathering.
It's my brother, Vedalfenir. After he spoke at the court this morning, the king was so infuriated by his words that he had him blinded in both eyes.
Vedalfenir in prison? Strange. I thought the king trusted him and Horoptatyr more than anyone else. Does this mean the king's circle of trust?
It has nothing to do with trust. It's about what the king wants, which is as clear as day to anyone paying attention. I simply appease him, because it's in the best interests of the Universitas.
And also because you're slimy. Vedalfenir, perhaps less so. But still, a vision.
Do you honestly think this is an important discussion to be having right now?
Dane, what are you planning to do?
Rescue Vedalfenir, I assume.
Correct. It will mean storming the palace by force. Tonight.
That's far too dangerous. And don't forget, Dainsleif, you're captain of the royal...
You've been planning this for a while?
I have no desire to commit treason. But whatever critique the king may have of Vedalfenir, disfiguring your most... My blade will force the king to see the error of his ways.
So, Vedalfenir's prophecy enraged the extent of his majesty's madness is now all too clear. You have noble ambitions, Dane. But I'm afraid they don't do much for a guy like me. I'm not interested.
A letter of pardon? For whom? The chances of the Vinster King issuing a pardon for anyone... This black fog over the board must have some connection to Thelindis. But another mystery I'll need to unravel.
Author Thelindis. Over the course of this week, research dating back to... However, there are a number of hurdles to... An enormous amount of power is then required to keep the gate open. Currently, the total power output of our instruments... To make matters worse, I am now the only staff member remaining in the Moon Marrow lab. The Universitas Magistrorum recently decided... This is not a wise move. I have always maintained that placing all our hopes, and I apologize if this comes across as disrespectful. But as a Moon Marrow, if we really made it there one day, what would we find? And how would we go about...
This is for you. I heard you're...
The Lindis... Did you hear about...
I've heard nothing. Rerir got back very late last Friday, and he was acting a little unusual, but he slept pretty well, so... You never saw him, and I don't know what he did.
What if he finds out that you pried into his secrets?
Don't be silly.
Are you scared?
I don't know. The Rerir I know doesn't match the person. Logically, I should be scared of him. But enough about that.
What's in it?
A piece of the moon. All you need to know is that as long as you keep it safe...
A red moon? You mean... our moon?
That's right. Our moon. Promise me you'll look after it.
I promise, the Lindis...
The Crimson Moon bloodline will never die out. It's light, no matter how long it takes.
Hurry, everyone, and stick to the plan.
Sir Dainsleif, what are you? Is this treason? You know what happens to those who betray the throne. Please!
It is the king himself who has betrayed the throne. He has betrayed all of
If you have any love left for justice in your heart, you should join me.
It's showtime. Dane and his group will handle the troops in the palace. Then Hraptatir and Rheindater will disarm the security measures. My job is to enter the prison and rescue Vedifalnir. Stay safe. Wish me luck.
Look after my brother. Draw your blade. It is time for justice to prevail.
This place is filthy. And the smell is abominable. Clearly the king doesn't allow his... Found you. Hello, Miss... Surprised? Oh, wait.
I certainly felt some surprise in the moment when I was blinded. Surprise at the king's sheer ignorance.
I'm curious. What did you prophesize this time?
It wasn't a prophecy. It was a word of warning. Someone had to say it. The king has forsaken all reason in pursuit of his obsessions. I simply told him that if he continues on this path, Khaenri'ah will surely fall.
But he didn't listen. Worse still, he stabbed you in both eyes and locked you away. Dane asked for my help. The court is in complete chaos now, but I'm sure you predicted that.
Everything is transpiring as I foresaw. Yet I am powerless to change it. Fate is... I do wonder whether giving a man the power to see the future is nothing more for him than slow...
Forgive my curtness, Vedifalnir, but the king did not suddenly turn on you today. You can't have wisdom beyond the reach of your fellow man without attracting his fear, and there are things the king does not want to see. So, he doesn't want you having visions of them either.
He wasn't entirely wrong. I did indeed lose my power
Until what?
Just now. I believe...
Well, tonight could go a lot of different ways. 5 of us banded together to storm the palace, also we could rescue you.
I sense hatred in you. But also hope. A desperate hope. But this is not the end. It is the beginning of a new chapter, in a whole new story. There are many men of honor and courage in this world, Rerir. But you are not. Is that a dagger? Interesting. Why not the polearm?
With your abilities, I don't doubt that you were able to recover some of your sight. But I also doubt that you want to make an enemy of me right now.
Of course not. We're on the same side, aren't we?
We could be. But I need you to be honest with me.
You mean your future? With your...
Yes. And I know there are bigger things at stake here. A dynasty, a nation, maybe the entire world. I can't abandon the one I love to save myself. I just can't do it. But you see a broader picture of the future than I.
In matters of fate, answers are either right or wrong. What will be, and what will not. Maybe you are willing to pay a certain price in the... That is the cruelest thing about fate.
I know it's your voice that I keep hearing in my head, urging me to see how the world is... You show me disaster, but you won't show me how to avoid it? Why?
My voice. In your head. So, you hear it too. The voice that steals your mind, gains your trust, and drives you. It turns out that we are not so different.
Vedifulnir just broke into the strangest smile I've ever seen in my life. As if he'd just...
Very well then. My advice to you is as follows. You must persevere. Whatever trials and tribulations you may... For as long as you live, your story with Thelindis shall not come to an end. It is up to you whether you believe my words. Regardless, that is all I will say on the matter. I have no right to intervene any...
I will hold you to your word.
Thank you for setting me free. In return...
Just then, a strange wave of energy rippled through the city.
If I were you, I would head to the Universitas Magistrorum.
The Universitas?
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again very soon, Rerir.
Whatever Vedifulnir said, I didn't catch it. I didn't even help him out of the prison. There was no time to lose. Monsters? Is this Rhydotter's doing? Or the Universitas Magistrorum? Out of my way!
Get clear. Animal hypostasis emulation.
Torn to oblivion! Seek within.
The Universitas. Allegedly, the king installed secret mechanisms in the palace and around the city. No one knows where they are, but if they were ever gonna activate...
Help! Help!
Hold on! Don't let them anywhere near you!
Save me! I can't!
That sounded like an explosion. So, what other means does the king have at his disposal? And given it's a major center of abyss research, anyone over at the Universitas will be in grave...
shattered!
Close your eyes. Night falls. Observe.
No more lies.
Lash attack! Stand clear. Animal test 6308. Swirl, Mark 2. Absorption test.
It all adds up. The mystery unravels. It all falls into place. Can't hide the truth.
The riddle remains unsolved.
Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape!
Stand clear. Animal test 6308. Enhanced animal module 75.
Observe. Close your eyes. To dust.
Monsters! At the Universitas Magistral. Oh no! They're coming! It's no use. The table won't hold out much longer. Of course. All the lab equipment was upgraded after the inspection last week, but the new weapons... I'm done for. Is anyone there? I need help! Ah! Stay back! Please stay back!
What's that?
Rear. So the rumors about your work are true.
What? No! Listen, something happened at the palace tonight. We have to leave!
You don't need to lie to me anymore.
What do you mean?
I know why you're worried, and I will respect the decision you've made. But it's okay, because I found a solution. I know how to end all this. You can have it back. The normal life you so desire. But until then, I'm afraid our wedding will have to wait.
Celindus? No, don't do it! Celindus! Celindus!
I told you, Rerir. Let her go. You will find someone better.
No! No, I won't do it! I have to save her!
By what means exactly? A lowly pawn. You lack the power and the strength of will.
Do you know a way? Tell me!
Come to the palace. Join us.
Rarier, thank goodness we...
Step forth and take your share.
You made it.
Not you too.
Hatred or grief, despair, desire. We all have our own.
Rarier. Rarier.
Lindis?
Were you daydreaming? You still remember, Rarier? That question you asked me a couple of weeks ago?
Oh. You mean the proposal?
Yeah. I'm wondering, where do you think would be a good place to discuss it? Maybe in the garden? Or were you thinking a fancy restaurant?
It's your choice. I will find you. And then... you can give me your answer.
So that's how the Raker of Solnari was born. A monster created by circumstance is a monster all the same. Viewing other people's thoughts for too long can get uncomfortable. Right now, I'm in a nutshell. The story of Conria is what happens when the truth falls by the wayside. Everyone tells little white lies, and before long, you have a huge... His past is filled with sorrow, but the tale of any fallen civilization is one of endless tragedy. Cruel as it may be. Everyone, I'm back. Can I get a standing ovation?
Never! How are you holding up? Feeling okay?
She's fine. Boss is a...
Yes, I'm fine. You will have seen the events of Rarier's life through my thoughts. It's now clear that he is just a regular nobody.
I mostly agree. There's only so much we can know about him from his memories alone. But they did give us a clear glimpse into his life. However, I would not consider Rarier to be a nobody. He was deeply involved in the events of that era. Yet, when the...
Sounds to me like you're speaking in riddles again. Is this you urging me not to abandon?
That's not what I meant. Although I do hope you choose to remain a part of the plan. Without you...
Then try to remember that I respond better to the carrot than the stick. Now, as for you, Missy, you were excellent. You stuck to the rules of the ceremony and kept your—
Cool! So, can you fill me in on the deets now?
Patience. You'll hear the whole story, don't you worry. But let's meet up with the others first. It will save me narrating it twice. Yehoda?
Yes, boss!
That's more like it. For a moment there, I was worried you'd forgotten about the—
Forgive my curiosity, but what does the first—
It says I gotta do the annoying stuff that boss is too lazy to do for herself. Like—
Is that
If something is in the contract, it's because she willingly agreed to it. Rest assured that the Curatorium abides by the very strictest of labor policies. You don't seriously think— In any case, I've hardly shied away from my share of the work today. Hope I don't catch Flint's and Varka lounging. There's nothing I dislike more than other people enjoying themselves. Oh no.
Sorry to disturb you, but we seem to have run into some trouble.
Evidently so. Don't worry, I'm not about to leave you to fend for yourselves.
I'm sorry? What did you hear me say?
Wait, how long have I been standing?
Not long. You just appeared by the door a moment ago.
Boss, what's wrong? You look—
We've been tricked. We never left at all. Somehow I hallucinated that whole scene back inside.
Hallucinated? But—
How indeed. This place should heed my will alone. All thoughts and actions that occur in here are just a result of pawns moving across the chessboard in a carefully calculated manner.
So you control everything in here?
More or less. But
Has anything like this ever happened before?
Only once. It was the first time I used the chess.
Is there any similarity between what happened then and what—
I suppose my thoughts are a little turbulent.
Is there anything I can do to—
The first clause of your contract clearly states that I only need your help with things that I'm too lazy to do myself.
Meaning, you're not feeling lazy?
Meaning, this is not something Yehoda can help with. The chess set is a personal treasure that I alone understand.
Boss, it's fine. Really. Let me do something—
Oh, listen to you. Whatever—
What?
Yes, really. Where would I ever find another employee as obedient?
Well, anyway, I was thinking of fetching some— I suggest everyone finds someplace comfortable. Even though all this chess malarkey doesn't exist in a physical sense, mentally speaking, it's all— You don't want to dismiss mental fatigue. Just because it isn't physical doesn't mean it's any less serious.
Don't I have the best employee?
If we can find a suitable time, I'd love to borrow Yehoda for a day to help out.
Oh, Lauma. Have I ever told you just how pretty you— Time to rally, everyone. Follow me. As we continue our journey, the same rules will apply. That means stay focused and no talking, no matter what. You have my word that I will get us all out of here. There's a handwritten note on the ground.
Halil, this is Sinuhe, Chief of the This is my second time writing to you. I assume my last letter must have gotten lost in the mail, as I didn't— I'm writing to you because I need some help. That sandstorm the other day completely blocked up our well. Praise the gods. The well of the Eob tribe was intact. It was my last resort. You told me to write to you if I ever needed help. You said you'd be my ally in the academia. I urgently need you to formally recognize my title of This is an emergency. Please send...
Looks like this letter never got sent. The writer died a grisly death, and the letter was trampled into the ground. It's back. What a ridiculous lie the surviving Shimti tell. Their whole village was
Officer.
I thought you would at least have the courtesy to provide some respectable...
This is the finest wine Aru village has to offer.
The Academia has agreed to reserve a single space for a candidate from your village. But I remain skeptical of this entire endeavor. I highly doubt anyone in this desert possesses...
Please, have faith. If not in us, then in our god. The child we found shows great promise. I beg you, take her away from this place. Give her a chance. Don't let her...
I don't reckon...
She showed up here a few days ago, and we took her in. She's a really bright kid.
So, where are you from?
nowhere special. Just a sand dune.
What about the rest of your family?
Just the one. Correct.
So, no brothers, no sisters?
Any who have slept on a bed of sand, I call my brothers and my sisters. Apart from that...
All right. Get over here. Sign your name on the form. Never? You're rather fair-skinned for a desert.
Nefer, this term's assignments have been issued already. Please read through the materials thoroughly, conduct your own additional research, and then write...
Yes, Professor, I'm aware. I just had a couple more questions I wanted to get...
Oh? Please, ask away.
Well, I saw the other students' problem sheets, and I couldn't help but notice that my assignment is much easier than theirs. Do you...
A weak student? Goodness, no. Quite the opposite.
I think what you're saying is, a weak student wouldn't have noticed the discrepancy, and...
You see, sharp as they come. You see things the way they are, and I'm sure you know why.
Because of where I come from. Because I...
I'm sorry, Nefer. I don't... Anyway, you said you had a couple of questions?
I wanted to check if someone sent me a letter.
Ah, your family wrote to you. Well, as long as they put your name on the envelope, someone should hand it right to you.
Not exactly. It's not even a recent letter.
The House of Dana, I expect. I know there's a box for unclaimed mail somewhere in there, probably sitting on a shelf. Whatever you're looking for, that'd be the place.
Okay, got it.
Oh, don't mention it. Honestly, I feel like...
Hey, don't. You're a great teacher, and you do your best for all your students. But the rules are the rules. It's not just the academia either. The whole world bends over backwards for the successful, and leaves the losers to suffer and die.
Oh, my dear child.
I haven't. I just think that if you want to make it in this world, you have to find a... This must be it. A big... Let's take a... A dilapidation survey from Port Ormos. Looks like it's from a core of... This one was never even opened. I guess the recipient... Who was it addressed to? This one is addressed to the Immorta Sage. The title is... Changes... Guided by the incense, we became lost somewhere in the forest. In clinical terms, these symptoms fit the description of incense poisoning. The Immorta... For example, my neighbor who always breaks out... This seems like something the... Wait, what's this written on the back? The note says, the sender authored this letter while under the influence of mushrooms. I would send it back, but no return address was provided. This next one is addressed to Gray. A few words of protest regarding recent changes in Sumeru. In recent years, the academia has taken on a... However, it appears to me that these students have not, in fact, been provided with educational opportunities, as well as receiving dumbed-down assignments and perfunctory tutoring. They do not even have full access to the... Education is the fundamental purpose of this institution, which should go without saying in a nation who, as Grand Sage, policy decisions are your prerogative. But do not forget your roots. You and I were once students too. I do hope you will give some serious attention to this matter. I encourage you to discuss issues like this with myself and others, and listen to some alternative opinions. Great letter. Shame it didn't get to... And the sender is... I didn't realize anyone else even knew how bad... So this is where letters from the Sage of Spontamod... Whatever. I'm not exactly holding out hope that a letter sent from the desert would even make it here. But if it... I can't believe how much discarded mail there is. I don't believe for 1 second that any human being has sat down and read through all the documents in this place. Wait, could this...
Greetings, Halil. My name is Sinuhe, chief of the Shimti tribe. I don't know how well you remember it now, but I brought you to safety and gave you some water and other supplies. You seemed very pleased. And in my tribe, learning a person's true name is serious. The Shimti tribe lives a harsh, nomadic existence in the desert. This brings me to my reason for writing. There was a terrible sandstorm a few days ago, which blocked up the well in our land. To ensure my people's survival, the Eob and Unut are descended from the Thamudians. While we trace our ancestry to Tulatala, I found a well belonging to the Eob tribe. They declined to help us, but I really had no other... When we met, you assured me that you would be my ally in the academia. I would like to take you up on that offer. That aside, the last time you were here, you mentioned that the academia had started accepting students from the... We have next to no resources here in the desert, and my power and influence are limited. Would you consider...
From the outset, the academia never took you seriously, and you were so emphatic that your luck had... You swore you'd lead us to a better place one day. You liar. You lied, and who fell for it? just me. Which makes you... I think I'll take over from here.
It all adds up.
I just came to say goodbye. Thanks for everything you've done for me in my time here.
Nefer? You packed your bags. Where are you going?
I'm quitting. Something's come up in my hometown. Gonna head...
Huh? But this was a hard-won opportunity for you. You know that better than I do.
It was. But it doesn't matter. I have more important things to deal with, and they can't wait. Oh, and I didn't want to overfill my bags, so I left some incense on your desk. What's wrong? I thought you liked incense. Although, I did read somewhere in the House of Dana that...
Isn't this the stuff you brought from your hometown? You're just...
Yeah, about that. I lied. It's not rare at all. There's this bunch of... It's not worth much. Keep it. It's fine.
But Nefer...
All right. That's all from me. You take care.
Don't forget me, okay? I mean, we're more than just classmates, right? We're friends.
Yeah. I'll remember you. I lied again. That incense is worth a fortune, and it's a rare find even in those ruins. And as for remembering her, I have far too much to do when I get back. No time. I'll be lucky if I even make it through this alive. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Arif.
So, what does the Academia want? Since they've sent their special ambassador, I assume there's a big business deal to be made. If not, I'd be very disappointed.
Please, sir, lower your blade. You're lucky I'm the one they sent. Not all special ambassadors share my admiration for the Iab people. The ever-shifting balance of power in the desert reduced the once great civilizations of this region to rubble and sand. But the story of the Iab has a very different trajectory. Others grew weak, but you grew...
So, you do know who you're dealing with?
This well is the perfect symbol of your strength.
You're not wrong.
Of course not. Records uncovered by the Vahumana Darshan show that a certain well... I checked the map carefully on my way over here, and I'm confident that this is the well...
50 million? No, wait. If these ruins are as important as you say... 50...
Don't get greedy, Iab. We know far more than you think. We know that you seized this well by force. Wasn't that the first step in your rise to power? To drive away the Unut and steal their...
So what if it was?
Don't worry. As unscrupulous as it was, it's something we're willing to overlook. The Academia is only interested in deal. I hope I am making myself...
And I hope your words are the truth. If I find out the Academia is trying to play me, I'll hunt down every one of your people and make you watch as I cut...
I assure you, Chief, that would not be in your long-term interest. You see how I'm dressed, don't you? I appreciate that you've never been to the rainforest, but surely even... And what does a barbarian like you have to lose anyway? You really think the Sumeru Academia would bother to come all this way just...
All right, I take your point. The Academia is the highest authority in the land. I'm sure you're In that case, we have a deal. We will sell you the excavation rights. I'd like to thank you, Ambassador. This is good news indeed. Excellent news. In fact, it calls for a celebration.
Gladly. I am partial to wine myself, and I trust you are. So let's indulge in a few drinks together. In celebration of this moment.
Chief! Chief, it's an emergency! It's the Unut. They've taken the well.
What? Well, don't just stand there. Take it back.
Yes, Chief.
I have every confidence in the EAB's military superiority, and yet...
Well, what is it?
The Unut's response was alarmingly fast. The day after we reach a deal, they seize the well. This...
I don't think so.
I am obliged to remind you, Chief, that the Academia will only deal with the de facto power holders. If you cannot regain control over the well...
No! Please, Ambassador, just give me some time. I swear the Unut will not get away with this. That well is ours, and so is the Mora.
Glad to hear it. I will wait.
If there is a traitor, I will find them.
Much obliged. Wow. All it took was a few words and I've got him wrapped around my finger.
So, in summary, Ambassador, the Academia would rather negotiate with our tribe instead of the
The EAB are ruthless murderers who don't listen to reason. And now they have the gall to interfere in our research projects in the desert region. So let me ask you, Chief, if you were the Academia, what would you do?
Kill them all, of course.
Precisely. The Academia does not tolerate those who stand in our way. The EAB have held back our academic pursuits for too long, and our patience is wearing thin. At the same time, there is simply no way that the Academia can be seen to be intervening in desert affairs. I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from.
We have our own rules out here. If the rainforest dwellers raised arms against a desert tribe, it'd start a bloody war.
Right. We can't confront them ourselves, but we can support their enemies. The Unut have always had strained relations with the EAB, which makes you our natural allies. Natural allies? Weren't the EAB your allies once? You were quick to send them after us to protect your interests back when we stole that water. And now look at you. You're at each other's throats. Let me be clear. The Academia wishes to collaborate with the legally recognized rulers of the desert in this matter. We are asking for excavation rights to that well, and our offer is 50 million mora.
Say no more. I believe we have an understanding.
Good. Then I suggest you get to work. Get us access to that well, and the more is yours. You see, Dad? Lying is easy when you know how. People will believe anything. Does Ashru sit up on the counter? To welcome our clients, of course. A kitty's gotta earn his kibble somehow. Look at yourselves. You may be vile, savage monsters, the monsters who destroyed my home. They're just ordinary, petty human beings. I think maybe I've even done the desert a favor. It's a better place without all... Oh, Sinuhe. My gullible fool of a father. Perhaps if you'd been as ruthless as I was today, our tribespeople would still be alive. In this dog-eat-dog world. But you couldn't do what...
Nefer, it's okay. All of...
I believe I remember you promising to remain silent.
Yeah.
Yehoda, is there anything you can do to ease the tension?
All right. Time for a sharp turn onto a completely different topic. So, anyway, that's enough of that. Feels like we've been walking forever. I'm getting pretty tired.
Yes, if we can find somewhere...
It's not far now. There should be a temple just up ahead. Yes.
Really? A temple? That's where this story ends? I guess that's how things go in the desert.
Desert dwellers can never escape their destiny. Or so everyone says.
You mentioned a temple. What's waiting for us there?
My biggest trades...
Ah. Then I'm guessing it's where you got your power from. The power to peer into other people's minds.
I didn't know you were clued up on any other religions.
I'm no expert in the history of Sumeru, but since...
Sounds impressive.
Ah, I know who you mean. General...
That's Boss Nef...
Sino's hardly a figure of obscurity, but I know about Sethos too.
What about him? Is he a big deal or something?
Well, he's not a small deal. Please, this is the bare-bone basics. Save the flattery. Thanks for your patience, everyone. I'm sure it's been a lot to take in. With any luck, that's our exit just up ahead.
Uh-oh. I'm totally out of my depth here. I don't have anything to add about any of... I want to do the whole name-dropping, this girl knows her stuff.
A statue with the head of a bird.
That's Thoth, the Ibis King, one of the 7 pillars of King Deshret. The legends say that he, the Crocodile King... Let's take a look.
It's just Ashru.
So, all is well?
Typically speaking, at this point, the world disintegrates. Then we find ourselves back in the outside world. Besides, these are my memories. There's nothing to fear.
You're sure?
Of course. It's almost over.
Hold on!
Knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Speak for yourself.
How repulsive.
Timed that pretty well, didn't I? It's okay. I'm just glad no one was hurt.
Paimon noticed you doing something too, Dainsleif. Were you helping get them out?
Of course. When I asked Nefer to conduct this investigation, I was not naive to the dangers involved. I had a duty to ensure your safety.
Good to know your sense of justice is still...
I take that to mean that you saw the truth.
I certainly did. And thanks to your help, I also managed to trap Rerir inside the chess set.
Whoa, really? How'd you manage that?
Well, to be honest, I sensed that something was wrong by using this fragment to probe into Rerir's past. Well, the monster formerly known as...
But how did he track you through your thoughts alone? That shouldn't be possible.
Rerir was a secret agent who reported directly to the Vinster King.
No wonder.
He infiltrated the chess set, read my thoughts, and built a new virtual chess set inside of it. That's why we weren't able to leave.
Speaking of your chess set, it's quite a remarkable item. Would I be right in thinking...
You overestimate me. I only have a connection with one of his underlings, the Ibis King. You all saw how this came to be. A long time ago, the Eab massacred my tribe, the Shimti. The Unut and the Eab fought a bitter battle over the rights to a well, all for the sake of a non-existent 50. The final blow to the Eab came at the victory feast, when an Unut assassin, having gotten my revenge, I returned to my hometown, where to my surprise, the nearby temple was still standing. There it was, seemingly immune to the relentless hostility of the desert. As I stood there gazing at the temple, I noticed this chess set is my gift from the Ibis King. The chessboard within is made to the same specifications as the one in the mausoleum of King Deshret, and represents his power of piercing analysis. With this chessboard in its container, I gained a certain ability to perceive hidden... Every god plays favorites. Their hearts are as fickle as any human's, full of secrets, perversions, egotistical tendencies. But precious few gods are willing to admit...
It is the same with all powerful forces.
If you're alluding to the Abyss, then yes, I agree. Gather the others. It's time to share everything I've... Thank you all for being here. As promised, I did some further investigating into the Reicher of Solnari's background. The Reicher of Solnari, real name Rerir, was once a Khanrian subject who served the Vinster King.
So that's why he's so obsessed with the moon.
A tragic tale, to be sure. But, no matter how much Rerir suffered in the past, the fact remains that he is what we know today as the Wild Hunt. He becomes more dangerous with each passing day. If left unchecked, it is simply a matter of time before all of Teyvat suffers the consequences.
A question for Miss Columbina. Forgive me if this is presumptuous, but have you ever seen the spatial...
Never. But I have heard stories of something called the Moon Gate.
Miss Lama, any thought?
In the lore of the Frost Moon Scions, the moon is believed to hold many secrets. The term Moon Gate is one I have heard before. But as is the case with all of our legends, there are no...
Then back to Miss Columbina. As a moon goddess yourself, do you...
Not at this stage, sorry. I do hold the power of the Frost Moon, and my strength is
But there's more to the power of the Frost Moon than that?
Yes. A moon goddess has the right to open the Moon Gate, since it is a path to the moon. But as Nefer mentioned, holding open a spatial gateway takes a huge amount of power. And right now, I need to conserve my energy to fight the Rapier of Solnari.
I agree. Better to save your strength. But if you'll humor me for a moment, I have a bold conjecture of my own regarding the world beyond the gateway. I highly suspect that neither Tholindis nor Rerir made it through. With the abyssal power he wields, no ordinary foe can touch him, let alone tear him to shreds. And yet...
So your theory is that Rerir was physically torn to shreds by some powerful force?
Makes sense to me. Explains why the Wild Hunt is so pervasive, and why
Without the power of the Abyss on his side, he almost certainly would have perished the moment he was...
I could not agree more. The power of the Abyss.
It is a compelling explanation, and one that accords with my present... This raises some interesting questions. That being said...
My pleasure, Mr. Albedo.
Hey! What is it, Dainsleif? You look really upset!
It's just... When I think of the man I once knew as Rerir, I struggle to understand why things had to turn out like this.
The two of you used to be friends, didn't you? I don't know if these words will bring any comfort, but my heart goes out to you.
Mine too. We can never know all the hows and whys of the way things are. The moon and stars are full of untold secrets and lies, and the skies are host to many more mysteries than these alone. Yet, none of that can begin to compare with the complexity of human life.
Those are the first comforting words I've heard in a long time. Thank you, both.
Well, I think this is a good place to end today's meeting. I'm sure...
That's very thoughtful of you.
Of course.
Sounds good to me. Take some time to rest and digest before we Hey, is this a bad time? Hope I didn't kill... No need. Come on. Anyway, Nefer went back to the curatorium to get some rest. But before she left, she shared some things with me that I thought you... Firstly, although she managed to trap the Raker of Solnari inside her chest set, there's no guarantee that the power of the Ibis King is any match for one of the 5 sinners. Their powers are beyond our comprehension. It's only a matter of time before he finds a way to break out. We have to come up with a plan and take care of him.
Honestly, my mom figured that might be the case.
Well, I asked her that same question. She talked for a long time, but for the most part, it seemed like she was trying to convince me how precious her chess set is. What a long and storied history it has. It felt like some kind of sales pitch, you know? The kind where you end up handing over Mora against your will.
2 days? Holy moly! Can we even recruit enough help in that time?
That remains to be seen. Which brings me to the second issue. Dainsleif is obviously conflicted about this whole thing. But given how little time we have, there's no way we can pull this off without his help. You have some history with him, right? Do you think maybe you could talk to him for us? Great. All right, on to item 3. We figured we'd bounce the idea off you first. We'll explore it further once everyone's recovered.
Everyone's dying to hear this.
All right, so... We felt a little uneasy about
roping us in? Why would...
I choose my words very...
Sir Varka.
I'm all ears.
I think we can be more flexible with how the roles are allocated. In my view, the most
I see your point, yeah. But if that's how we're gonna... To be clear, I don't doubt your abilities. Far from it. I just want to make sure.
I want to do everything within my power. The Rahier of Solnari is a truly fearsome opponent, and if...
Well, that tracks with what I've heard. Jean's mentioned in her letters that you're so diligent it's all... As in, most people weigh up the risks and rewards in situations like this. But you... Of course, everyone appreciates a fearless pioneer. But all that aside, I'm the Grand Master of the Knights...
Thank you, Sir Varka.
Well, I should be the one thanking you. It means a lot.
This is a thorough plan, but I do have one last question before we take action.
Great question. Albedo's been hard at work analyzing Rarer and the Wild Hunt's behavioral patterns. Firstly, from the earliest known confrontation until now, Rarer has never displayed any ability to manipulate. Secondly, he seems to have a particularly strong vendetta against our group. If we put him in a fight-or-flight situation, he'll choose to fight every time. Thirdly, finally, and most importantly, he is consumed by hate. Turns out, we tick both of those boxes. We have a reincarnated moon in our ranks, and a spy who accessed his private memories without permission.
As someone who's had their fair share of interactions with the Wild Hunt,
Understood. Then I will defer to the verdict of the group.
Well, everyone, that's the plan in full detail.
Plan approved. Scheduling.
Okay, any firepower you need, I got you covered.
The Frost Moon Scions are behind you.
And the rest of you? No objections? All right, then it's settled. This is the plan we're going with. Next up, an old tradition of mine.
Wait, we can still back out of this?
Everyone says things they regret, right? I don't want anyone feeling trapped because their mouth said yes.
A very people-first approach. I hear that's common practice.
Who'd you hear it from? D-Luke?
Shh. We don't use people's real names at work. This contact will be known only as Owl, please.
This plan can only work if everyone does their part.
we shall indeed. You'll be glad you accepted our help. Also, you are the last person I expected to see here, Miss Dory.
It's not often I get called Dory in a work context. My peers usually call me Lord Songama. So, the longer your name, the higher your net worth. In that case, Mr. Flint's here must be worth a fortune. That's right,
The walls are thin here. I'd appreciate you keeping that a secret.
Okay, fine. I'm actually only here as a favor for someone else.
Oh, does this mean someone out there actually has the power to...
It most certainly does not. We have a long-standing and mutually beneficial business partnership. Said mom supplied me with a great little trinket, but now that lady's ruined everything. If I don't start building a little goodwill now, my whole business and...
Okay. So what exactly...
It's a lucky charm that a great mage made for me. We have a business relationship, and she was worried that something bad might happen to me. So, she wanted me to have something that can store power to protect myself with. I finally got it all fully charged up with Kuvaki, and then never went and used it all up at once. Never...
You're right. It was all my fault. I didn't mean to drain all the Kuvaki in the...
You will? Well, in that case...
I knew you'd say that. Well, it's yours if you want it. In fact, take it now, and I'll even throw in a free raid.
You're putting me in a...
It's a very useful thing to have around, but I have a funny feeling it won't be...
Looks like bankrupt.
Hey, don't be so pessimistic. See this through and...
Dory! How are things going? Feeling...
Oh, I was born ready. We only have 2 days. You think Lord sang him a bit? Don't forget, when something's in high demand, the people with the goods on hand get to charge the highest price of all. Even higher than the sellers taking it. Ta-da! See? It's right here.
Ah, it's so pretty. Did you make it?
No, I have a supplier. We go way back, so...
Aha! No wonder you were talking about Lucky Charms at the meeting. You've been getting Kave to make them for you.
That's not the full story. It actually started a while back as a project between me and the Dendro Archon. Mage Alice once warned me that this world won't stay safe forever. There may come a day when I passed this on to the Dendro Archon, and she secretly brought together a research team made up of Sumeru's top scholars to invent a technology that could keep people safe. I won't go into the details because it's all very complicated, but if you want... Anyway, point being, it was the Dendro Archon who asked Kave to build this little contraption. As one of the top Kashara War talents, took him long enough. He stressed over it for ages. Must have gone through at least a dozen designs before producing a final product. Marak delivered it to me a couple of days ago, along with a letter from Kave. Could I ask why I'm sending this technology to you? And what's your proposed use case? Has it been approved? So nosy. My fault for sending...
Surely Nahida must have told him you were involved in this project. He was probably just nervous because you're always so secretive about your business.
Could be, could be. Anyway, I just replied, let's hope there never has to be a use case.
Fair enough. But it sounds like he was just being cautious.
Or maybe he was asking as a favor for his housemate. He's done that before. Not sure why, though. His house... Either way, all's well that ends well. I'm just glad to finally have my hands on the product. Huh? What does...
Paimon's just super surprised. This must be the first time we've ever seen...
Well, a long time ago, I made a promise to myself. I promised that I was gonna live There are always gonna be times in life when you have to give something back. Alice has been a huge help to me over the years. She was the first investor I ever had. And and more than that, no one knows what the future will bring. Whatever happens, I want to make sure the Dendro Archon and all of Sumeru is prepared to face whatever comes. Oh, that? I was just making sure Nefer and I are square. Don't be thinking it was some sort of benevolent act. I'm no saint, so don't... My priority is doing the business that I want to do. So long as my conscience lets me, but it usually does.
Alright, if you say so.
I do say so, and that's the whole point. I'm a businesswoman. Don't go trying to figure out what kind of person I am. You'll exhaust yourself. Much easier for everyone involved if you just take my word for... Oh, and could you two help me get this stuff where it needs to be? Thanks so much. You're my...
Traveler, Paimon, it's good to see you.
Everything going smoothly over here?
Sort of. As you're probably aware, per the plan, We dissected and analyzed some samples of these creatures. The process went very smoothly.
What? You can actually dissect?
That depends on your definition of wild hunt and dissection.
Harmless, lifeless. These words are accurate.
The wild hunt is an interesting phenomenon. In and of itself, it doesn't seem to possess anything akin to a human personality. Master griped a lot about the wise Horoptotire, and seemed somewhat fascinated with the foul Certology. But she barely mentioned Rerir at all. I don't think that was because of his lower social standing, though. Anyway, it's a pity. I should like to hear her thoughts on the nature of the light. It's a strange mix. The furious energy of an abyssal being channeled through a fractured physical existence. Perhaps the only explanation for his survival in this state is that he sacrificed a degree of individuality. Oh, sorry. Once I get talking about interesting research, back to our research findings. Essentially, they confirm my hypothesis. Rerir's corpse is completely contaminated by the Abyss, and the effects are irreversible. You could think of this as Rerir in mutated form. But in my view, even that would be inaccurate. In reality, his whole being has been consumed by the Abyss. Unfortunately, at present, we have no means of completely eradicating abyssal power. Hence, we cannot fundamentally destroy the Reihir of Solnar.
Oh, that's terrible news! So, that's it? We can't—
Miss Columbina's situation is a difficult one. She can never achieve wholeness when the world does not accept her presence. It's as if her creator banished her to a place she can never be accepted. It means she spends most of her energy just on her own survival.
Given the circumstances, it's only natural to despair. But we must see time to kick off the backup plan.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot! This is for you. Dory asked us to bring it.
Ah, how wonderful. Well, thank you for making the trip. Durin and I will be heading off shortly.
I'm sorry I won't be there to protect you in person this time. Please be careful.
All right then. Stay.
Miss Lauma, is everyone here?
Yes. The fate of my flock is in your hands, Grandmaster Varka. Please keep them safe.
My lady, what are you saying?
Within the next 24 hours, we will face the biggest crisis the world has ever seen. This is not a burden that we deserve to bear, but I believe that we reap what we sow in this life. So I intend to act. I must do what I think is right. For me, that means fighting for the future of Nodcry. This gentleman is the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, Varka, Knight of Boreas. In my absence, please follow his lead.
Hey, everyone. Guess I should introduce myself. Biggest strengths are honesty and hard-workingness. Anyway.
Something on your mind?
Miss Columbina, was it? I believe...
That's right. Names are funny things. Have you...
Yes. I take it your own name has a more complicated history.
I have a different relationship with names than other people. To be honest, I'm not even sure that Columbina is my name. But it's what everyone calls me, and I go along with it. A lot of my life has been that way. I never used to think much about where names come from, or what they mean to people. Maybe
You're different from other people. I sensed it.
you're more perceptive than most. I'm sure your long life. Do you ever find yourself missing Conria, Mr.
Difficult to answer. I have dreamed of the past many, many times. Sometimes I'm fighting tooth and nail. I don't recall any happy moments from that time. It has been too long.
Is that because hatred survives longer than love and affection?
That would not be for me to say. I make no excuses for the grudges I bear. But whatever the reason, thank you for your help with the Rerir situation. Without your efforts, I never could—
You're welcome. I know he's your friend.
Friend, he betrayed me. And I never really understood—
Okay. So, you see, you're torn. Now you know what really happened. You see that—
I need some time.
Of course. I completely understand. Actually, I went through something similar myself recently. Something happened that—
You mean the Harbingers who still support you, even though you've left the Fatui?
Yes. I always thought they were only helping me because Harbingers are forced to work together. But then I abandoned them. A warrant was even put out for my— And even now, they still support me. Which means—
Clearly, they view you as a friend.
I feel a little guilty now. I regret not seeing her help for what it was, and not treasure. I see the guilt that you're feeling now, because I feel it too. Have you noticed that the Traveler and Paimon are over there? I think they've been listening.
Huh.
Sure. Hello.
Ah! They caught us!
I apologize for making you worry. No doubt you wish to know where I stand on the plan to take down the Recher of Solnari. I'm afraid—
You will? Oh, thank you so much!
They needn't be. This was something that I was—
That doesn't matter to them. They're grateful to you regardless. You can't control their gratitude, so just accept it. And then—
It's nearly showtime! Let's go rendezvous with the others. You know the place.
Ah, you're earlier than I expected.
Hey, Flint's! Been waiting here long?
Not too long. I came a little early so I'd have some time to think.
Are you nervous about the battle?
Quite the opposite. I'm reminiscing on my past. When I was awakened by the Ratniki, I had not touched a weapon in many years. I felt like But after waging war against the Wild Hunt for so long, I came to realize something. My restless flame indicates that somewhere inside of me, there is a deep yearning.
Oh, that doesn't sound like such a bad thing.
Well, in the past, when I was a Fae whose primary concern was hibernation, it was hardly ideal. But it certainly serves me well here in the present. And I am delighted to be able to join forces with—
Looks like I'm not the first to arrive.
Ah, Miss Lauma.
Did you sleep okay last night?
I struggled to settle down at first, because of the nerves. But don't worry. Please, I'm just doing my part.
Never! Over here!
Aino asked me to relay a message. She said Anefa will be on high alert and keep a close watch over all secondary districts where defense is required, providing support. Meanwhile, Aino herself will provide range support to us directly, using her latest invention.
Excellent. My thanks to all involved.
The chess set's looking a little...
It won't hold him much longer. We should be prepared to engage.
No sense sitting around waiting. Let's make the first move while we
I agree. Paimon, find a safe hiding.
Got it! Be careful, Traveler!
I will.
Everyone, take your positions as soon as the battle starts. Every ounce of strength we have in our
Ready?
Let's go.
I've seen all your futile ploys before. You have become the authors of your own demise.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
You are merely a moment of sport before I tear down the moon.
Let me help you guys. Eat this!
Absurd! Can't hide the...
The moonlight betrays you. Hunt them down! Move! Hunt them down!
Go!
Be silent. Fear the dark.
The moonlight
Are you quite finished?
futile.
No more lies. The mystery unravels. It all...
Move! Pathetic! Hunt them down!
By the frostmoon of old.
The moonlight betrays you. Move! The moonlight betrays you.
No more lies.
Move!
Wipe out!
Close your eyes. Fear the dark. Observe.
The moonlight betrays you. Futile! Hunt them down!
Keep your distance.
It began with the moon, and so shall it end.
The moon will protect you. You poor lost lamb. Forest, protect us. A grave leave this place.
Do you see now? Veravonir, when will it be as you foretold?
I am being tested. Forest, protect us. Stay your hand. Leave this place.
Foul spirit is not welcome here. The night cometh. Close your eyes. Observe. Do you fear the dark? Are you quite finished?
No more lies. The deception ends here.
The moonlight raise you.
I better wrap this up.
With one heart, we pray.
It all adds up. The mystery unravels. Time to come clean.
Forest, protect. By the frostman of old.
No more lies.
It's all futile.
You poor lost lamb.
Can't hide the truth.
Hunt him down.
No more lies.
The moonlight. Great, your little game of heroics is over. Who wants to go first? Get out of my sight!
No! We've been separated!
Will it take?
You okay?
Never! Where are the others?
Stuck outside the barrier. I guess he really doesn't like us.
I told you before. Knowing too much is always a death sentence.
Be careful what you wish for.
Lelma! Can you hear me?
Hold on, where? Silence.
But at least I know they're still there. I need to focus. Stick to the plan. Remember my most important task. Just keep stalling him. If I can stall him for long enough, the moment will come.
It all adds up.
Bombs away!
No more lies. Seek within. It all falls into place. It all adds up.
Water jet! Wipe out!
Destroyed! Reborn!
It all adds up. The mystery unravels. Time to come clean.
Water jet! Yeah! I've got this! Water jet! The shield's broken. I can't keep this up.
Don't push your luck. No more lies. It all adds up. Let's see the tomatoes.
Your death is within my grasp!
The deception ends here.
Wipe out!
Can't hide the truth. It all adds up. Time to come clean. The mystery unravels. No more lies.
Go! Bombs away!
Can't hide the truth. It all adds up. The deception ends here.
Water jet! Wipe out!
Can't hide the truth. The mystery unravels. There's no other way.
The only way to defeat Rarer is to borrow his own power. It will have to disappear while you two bear the brunt of his attack. You have to hold on. Find a way to keep him...
Nefer, your eyes are bleeding.
Soon you... And then...
But that dust will plague your memories. Come on. Keep...
Any other tricks up your sleeve? Let's see them. As entertaining as they are.
You don't fool me. I see your fear clear as... I have to stoke his rage. Make him unleash... You fear what you could never. You cannot win the fight against fate, Rarir.
You fear the sound of your own name?
Is it us you hate? Or is it what you've become?
Let's see what becomes of you! What's happening? That power... I've seen it before!
His power is on another level. We'll need to use an alchemical array to convert his power into a usable form. Then quickly channel it into Columbina, rendering her powerful enough to compete with him.
I'll join you. I can help. If I release enough abyssal energy into a confined space, it'll create a potential difference, allowing us to extract a huge amount of elemental energy. Next, I'll synchronize with everyone's minds using Pyro, then give you temporary access to their abilities and fields of view. But it won't last long. Can you see?
Well enough.
So, we have a student of Gold Rhine-Daughter in our midst!
How about that?
were against me?
Just like how you stole Kuvaki. Look familiar?
Don't you realize? You don't have the power to hold that gate open!
I don't, but someone else does.
Goodbye, Rerir.
We won.
Nefer, how are your eyes?
They're fine. Apart from the blindness, of course.
It's not too late.
Let me handle it. Miss Nefer, it's not like you to lose your composure. That was the most
Reckless how? The situation was critical. Our lives were at stake.
Even so. Okay. I guess you're right. Under this, in business terms, I suppose that's a huge return on
I'd be hard-pressed to argue.
Still, I don't like this outcome. People suffer when they make sacrifices they shouldn't have to make. Whether that means faith, I had hoped you could win without sacrificing some...
Thank you.
All done. Don't try and open your eyes just yet. We'll see how you're doing in a couple of days. Until then, please, I'll send full details through Yehoda. For now, my dear friends, we have fought bravely and achieved a spectacular victory.
The moon will remember this day. Thank you. There's something I want to let you know.
What is it?
When Durin connected everyone's minds so I could access their powers, I also, and since Nefer's eyes were injured, my eyes are hurting now too.
Hold on.
I only feel the pain. There's no actual damage. I just...
You're right. There's no... But I must say, I'm surprised to hear the Kuthar share something like this with...
Things are a little different now from how they were.
Friends.
How you feeling? Any aches and pains? Did you sleep well?
I'm doing all right, Paimon. No need to worry about me.
Phew. Well, that's good. Paimon's been sitting on the edge of the bed worrying about you for ages. You slept a whole day and night.
Glad to hear you didn't starve. How was the food?
Well, it wasn't the same without you there to share it. Honestly, Paimon just can't relax when you're not your usual self.
Well, I'm back to normal.
Oh yeah, and Albedo swung by earlier. He said to tell you to head to the tavern when you woke up. Varker and the others are organizing a victory feast, and they want... He also dropped off some medical supplies, but... you seem fit as a fiddle, so... If you're feeling up to it, let's head over now! We're here!
Traveler and Paimon! Perfect timing! We were literally just saying how there's no way we're holding this victory feast without you.
How are you feeling today?
Much better. Thanks. Don't worry about me.
Relieved to hear it. If that changes, just let me know. Happy to check you over at any time.
Yep, we're here for you. Anything you need, just let us know.
Oh wait! Where's Nefer?
How are her eyes doing?
Nefer's right over there. I'm sure she'd love to catch up with you.
Traveler, Paimon, are you recovering well? Turns out that moon chanter has some real talent after all. My eyes were mostly recovered after just a couple days' rest.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful. Lauma says not to...
Yes, thank you. I'm well aware.
Yehoda, could I borrow you for a moment?
Oh, sure! Did you hear that? I gotta go help Lauma for a second. You guys chat among your...
You bet! Make it...
Sure thing!
The Raker of Solnari. Kind of a snake. No, definitely a snake. Anyone who seeks revenge out of hatred for other people has become a snake. That's something my dad used to say. Perhaps. I'm sure it sounds like a very wise and open-hearted perspective to your... What else is left when everything you depended on in life gets stripped away? Something's gotta fuel that drive to keep on living. If you're worried about me, you can nip that in the bud. I'm not... It's just... I suddenly feel like I was wrong to call my father a liar. He was just... Oh, Father. How much better things could have been if you were a skilled liar. Look at the Ibis King. Thoth is a fiendishly cunning liar. And yet, strangely, he's never brought it up, but I'd bet he feels the same way. Why else would he give me the power to perceive the truth, while at the same time training me in the art of deception? Well, King Deshret banished him to Aru, which is essentially a prison, and posed 3 questions to him. His response was to take on a physical form and approach me, hoping that I could become his envoy and search for one of the answers on his behalf. Did he really think I'd fall for that? He's stuck there. He can't make me return what he gave to me. So that's enough for you to decide he's nice. He's a prisoner, and he was scared. So he decided to perform. He lives in fear because he's a deceiver. How is Rerir any different? It's preposterous. They say that a liar's soul is the most worthless thing in the world. What do you think? Good. If you understand that, it means you're... If you ask me, the soul of a liar really is worth nothing. Because all they... For example, when something good falls into my lap, I don't go sharing the news around. So be it. They have sharp ears. I can't keep anything from them. Oh, is that what it looks like? Well, you all know my past now. And I can't simply eliminate everyone who knows too much. When you find yourself in a situation you can't control, the safest play is to keep calm and start monitoring everyone involved like a hawk. If you understand what's at stake, please ensure my secret is safe with you. I trust you'll respect my wishes as a friend. But very good.
Oh, wait! Now that the panic's over and we've all calmed down, after all that build-up, our mystery ally never
Huh? Am I...
So, that close colleague who stayed behind with you? What's he been up to recently?
Don't know, don't care. I get more normal human interaction from hanging out with Bosco 2 than him. Although, now you mention it, he hasn't bothered me in a while. I wonder if...
If he's disappeared without a trace, it's the biggest gift he ever gave to the world. But I somehow doubt that's what's going on. He won't lie low forever. So we'd better stay on guard.
How have you been holding up? Any adverse reactions? If you start...
You don't need to worry about me, Grandmaster. I'm fine.
What?
You played an indispensable role in the battle for Nodcry. We can't thank you enough for your support. Sometimes, when people praise you, it's because you deserve it. The best thing is to accept it calmly and with grace.
Let's do a quick demonstration. Albedo, that was an incredible feat of alchemy. The pressure was on, but you worked flawlessly at lightning...
Thank you. I can't take all the credit, though. Durin played...
See? Did you catch that? A masterclass in how to...
Okay, yeah. I did work pretty hard to help prepare...
Hey, you guys!
Hey, look who's bounced back. Looking good, Traveler.
Seems like you've recovered. You won't need to take any more medic...
Can I get you a drink?
Huh? You know how to order at a bar now?
Handling a drinks order is ridiculously simple compared to alchemy. Don't worry, I'll blame...
Paimon believes it! You're clearly a fast learner, just like you're... To be totally honest, though, Paimon didn't quite follow all the details.
Don't worry, that's completely understandable. Unless you're a student of alchemy, it's hard to...
To put it in the simplest terms, we saw how our enemy stole the power of Kuvaki. And that, when facing an enemy you have no hope of defeating, it's best... So, instead of looking for a way to overpower him, we decided to help Columbina get strong enough to at least stand up. For this to work, we had to analyze his modes of attack, confirm who his main target was, and make sure that he wouldn't go beyond. For added security, we prepared a total of 4 arrays. But to mitigate the impact of the battle, we identified one. The alchemical array absorbed his abyssal power. Then Durin processed it to render it usable by Columbina. That power enabled her to do what would otherwise have been nigh.
What surprised me was that Dainsleif actually agreed. Given his history with Rerir, he had every right to sit this one out. But we're extremely grateful for the decision he made.
It must have been a painful choice to make.
Absolutely. He was torn between two paths, but in the end, he made his choice and stuck to it resolutely. Anyway, however you cut it, everyone gave a stellar performance.
Ah, Lord Sangama Bay. How lovely to see you. I must thank you for the device you provided. It was an enormous help. Would I be right in thinking that it was developed by the Academia?
Why come and ask me when you clearly know already?
I mostly came to thank you.
That's more like it. A little gratitude goes a long way with Lord Sangama Bay. Play your...
The chance to work with such a kind and charitable investor as yourself would...
Huh? Charitable? Who said anything about charity? First time?
Let's see. The first plot of land you purchased in Nodcry?
Stop! What do you think you're doing? Exposing my investment?
It's nothing to hide from. They're all perfectly legitimate investments. And some of the land you purchased was with the intent of building...
How?
You're a curious case, Lord Sangama Bay. You don't like people, but I'm afraid no matter how hard you try to keep things under wraps, where there's a... You did it for Sumeru.
It was empty land that was gonna go to waste otherwise. I figured if I built something there, it might at least get some use in an emergency. Disasters are capricious things. They strike without any warning. I've lost family to a disaster before, and I don't want to lose... My elder sister used to dream of finding a sanctuary. Somewhere with plenty of food, water, and medicine. Where everyone... It was something I looked into. But after discussing things with the Dendro Archon, I decided on a... The tech people handled the tech, and Moneybags provided the Mora. It just made...
It's a pity that so few people know the truth about you. Everyone says that you view everything in terms of more...
So? What's the problem with that? Everyone wants to be rich. It's human nature.
But surely you have dreams of your own, beyond...
You don't get it, do you? My dream is to invest in other people's dreams. Just thinking about it makes me...
Thank you.
For the device...
And the pendant.
Oh, that. I was just returning a favor. Don't...
Seems like we've both been away from home for a very long time.
Yeah. So long that I barely remember what my family even looked like.
That would be your mother, father, and sister?
Yeah. Though it's been years since my sister... It's not like I want to forget them, obviously, but... Memory can be even more ruthless than the most calculating business person. My sister can't help me now. Slowly but surely, her face is fading from my...
Not everything will fade. When loved ones pass away, the
Yeah, that's true. If you...
Well, that, plus, I'm sure that life is
Oh, absolutely. I have tons of Mora, a big beautiful house, business is booming, and I'm as happy. You've got a lot going for you too. Boss of the Curatorium of Secrets?
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
That's the only reason you're here.
Yes. I've thought a lot about it. And I've realized that you, me, and I think this is very important. So I felt I had to come and tell you.
Well, this is a new one.
I'm so moved.
I can't even hold my teacup. If that's all, you can leave now.
Do you not want to be friends with me? Or is it that you prefer being coworkers?
What is this, Columbina? Are you deliberately testing my patience threshold? Right now, my politeness module is active. But
if your politeness module was active, wouldn't you say the word
Polonia? Please see late.
Will you still invite me to your next tea party?
What?
Yes, I think you will. Bye-bye, dear Sandrone.
Last time, the Wild Hunt escorted you out. Would you rather I handled it myself? We just wanted to, Why? Out of concern for my safety? I hope you didn't seriously think that the Rahir of Silnari would— Mostly because you kind of helped us out, so we just wanted to check you were okay. Looks like all your robots are fixed, huh? Oh, don't you worry about that. Tea time is already a write-off. The visitor before you manage. If you're in the mood for tea, go ahead and help yourself. Otherwise, it's going to waste. My coasters are still missing in action, though. Use this notebook instead. Whoa! Pretty hefty note. You can ignore those. They're just dumb. I doodle and write in my free time. Sometimes I remember the distant, dreamlike past. Sometimes I imagine the and other times, I grit my teeth and note down all the crazy nonsense going on in the present. Some people do the crosswords in the newspaper. This is my equivalent of that. Trying to predict the future is like daydreaming. And writing about the present just makes me furious. The past is my favorite. If nothing else, Although, having said that, the only vaguely Who else? Pretty much all the Mecha and Fontaine are his personal handiwork. Wait, are you saying you know him? Like, I mean, I guess we were friendly enough. Yep. In fact, I'm probably the only normal person left who knew him at all. We used to chat occasionally back when he was still around. Before he passed away, he asked me to— I honored his request. But I did read through everything first before I mean, I couldn't let the genius of Lord Artificer Alain Guillotin disappear like that. Would have been such a waste. So, that's— I just told you. Those are my equivalent of crossword puzzles. They're just dumb formulas that Alain's work was like epic poetry. The formulas not that there's anything bad about them. I mean, at least, solving those riddles isn't going to— Anyway, while we're on the topic, I might as well tell you about what happened to him and his friend. Alain Guillotin had two close buddies, Renee and Jacob. They spent their childhood years together in the Nazissenkreuz, and they were all quite competitive. So there was some rivalry, but beneath the friendship and the rivalry ran something deeper. Unfortunately, childhood would end. The prophecy would come true. The apocalypse would arrive. And a mad dream that would normally only capture the minds of lunatics. And if Renee and Alain had been people of lesser wits. But alas, they were some of the sharpest minds around. They nurtured that dream with the full power of their intellect. The first of them to fall under its spell. Against Alain's wishes, he persisted in experimenting on a mutual friend of theirs to try and save their life. Alain did not approve and parted ways with Renee. It's complicated. Alain wanted to believe that Renee only did what he did for the sake of their friendship. But when he told me about what happened, I could tell he still had some— Perhaps the seed that would grow into a nightmare had already sprouted in Renee's mind. Even then. The next time they met, Renee's soul had been completely engulfed by the dream of salvation. His futile attempt, and although that wave died down eventually, I hear that it just recently came back with a vengeance. As I understand, Renee wanted to live out his dream of salvation, but I'm told that the attempted resurgence finally died out for good. At long last, what do you think of Renee? Do you admire his transcendent genius? His view that— Or do you despise him? Dismiss him as an evil man? Same difference, really. Just a matter of perspective. What a cop-out. But I don't like fanatics who give up their whole lives for their ideology. Nor do I like fools who let their delusions take control. Maybe I could understand if Renee had just been an ordinary person. But he had a sage-like intellect. And anyway, that's enough about Renee. Now, he managed to put a stop to the first storm whipped up by Renee. But after, to his credit, I suppose, the loss of his family and friends was purely a tragic accident. After that, the only thing supporting his work was the same dream that... But although the desire to save Fontaine drove him to found the Fontaine Research Institute, Alain continued to reject any form of transcendental knowledge. I think that formulas and machines derived solely from human intellect were the only thing that gave him a sense of... Yet Alain's intellect was simply too great. It barely left him space to breathe in his lifetime. Once he realized that the end of his life was approaching, he finally accepted the truth. The Nazissenkreuz, he quit working on his formulas, trading them in for the fairy tales. He told me that the director of the Nazissenkreuz Institute used to read those fairy tales to the children. I think that all he wanted at that time in his life was to be able to sleep deeply without being plagued. At the very end, he laid down to rest in the ruins of the former Nazissenkreuz Institute orphanage. While many years after that, tensions over competing dreams would once again cause a rift. And that is the story of two people from the Nazissenkreuz Institute, who one went all in on his fantasy of salvation, without ever... The other sought desperately to burn bright in his life, even though he wasn't... I do sometimes wonder, why is it that people like them have such grand... Even the grandest tree starts as a tiny seed. So perhaps, for each of them, their mission to save the world began with They were young children with friends and family who mattered to them. Desires to explore the meaning of... Or maybe they just wanted to find something to anchor themselves within the chaos. But instead, the search for their own salvation took them down the rocky road laid out by fate. Do you think the desire to save oneself is enough of a justification to try and save the world? Sensible answer. Glad to know you've got your... Alain would disagree, though. I asked him the same question back when he was in his prime, putting all of his energy... Yes, it's enough. No elaboration, just a quick, short answer before getting right back to his work. He was always that way. All right, tea time's over. I owe Arlecchino a favor for telling me these stories. I'll have to bring a whole sack of gifts the next time I visit the House of the Hearth. I'm gonna go tinker with Polonia now. You guys can do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't involve interrupting me. Polonia, exit hibernation mode. Begin.